All right, welcome back everybody to FF16. So, the last time that we left off, it was 5 years later, which was very surprising to me because I don't know, I just feel like we really haven't gotten any closer to finding how, like, we're at 5 years later. Like, I don't know, it just seems kind of odd to me. But hopefully we will have some answers by the end of the game. So
all operations are suspended.
Last time Sid died, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, 5 years later. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, Joshua had shown up and Clive saw him, but I think Clive was he was like hurt. So he wasn't really sure what he saw, I think. But he hasn't, I mean, we just got to what's 5 years later. This is the hideaway now. It's gigantic. It's super nice, actually. So we gotta talk to Vivian, who is a new person.
Trust I'm not intruding.
Back from your mission? I'm beginning to think your habit of surviving cannot be attributed to luck alone.
One might say the same of you, Vivian Ninetails.
Ninetails,
You know
like the
that only
Pokemon?
4 attempts have been made on my life, and none was especially memorable. So, to what do I owe the honor? Could it be that you've come for one of my lessons?
Is that so hard to believe?
Very well then. Shall we start with the state of the realm? To absolutely no one's surprise, she finds herself at the mercy of armies and outlaws. Well, mostly armies. Though that's not for want of trying, is it, Clive? But the real question is, how did we get here? Long though Sambrek's dominion over northeastern Storm has endured, recent days have seen the Blight wrest ever more land from her grasp. For which reason she has continued to wage war on her rival across the strait, hoping to claim less blackened pastures. But Odin would sooner pawn his sword than Waloed relinquish Ash. And the Empire pays dearly for every blade of grass bent beneath Sambrequois boots. Little wonder then that Sylvester set his sights on the crystalline dominion, an altogether easier target, possessed of no less ether. It was 5 years ago, while you were busying yourself with the destruction of Drake's head, that the Empire made its move, subjugating its theretofore neutral neighbor. A nation which could legitimately claim to be the center of the world. Certainly, there is no better place to stage an army. From there, the Holy Empire's reach spans the Twins. The non-aggression treaty was the only thing keeping them in check. But if they truly broke the pact without provocation, it is only a matter of time before others reply in kind. The Holy Empire, the Dhalmekian Republic, the Kingdom of Waloed, and of course, our friends in Yaran. Who will be left standing, I wonder, when the last drop of blood is spilled?
You were born in Twinside.
Okay, so we have 4 kingdoms on 2 continents. 3 of them are on 1 continent.
Powers won't together over the Dominion. Yet in spite of it all, she has ever endured. And when the storm has passed, I am confident she will remain. Now, as to the matter of payment for today's lesson, complete a simple errand for me and we shall consider ourselves even.
Even? Right.
Return this volume to old tomes in the shelves. Tell him it was, adequate.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt to visit our resident historian.
So Ash is the other continent.
Ah, my favorite pupil.
Ask about Vivian.
One would think.
My role was abundantly clear by now. I offer you and yours the guiding light of knowledge, that of matters military and political, both past and present, that it might illuminate your way ahead. So she's like an advisor, or like intelligence advisor. For it is only by understanding what has come before that one might steer one's way toward a brighter future. Your role, meanwhile, is to ensure I remain furnished with as much information on the state of the realm as your people can muster, in order that I might continue to appraise the dispositions of the great nations and those who rule them. And, of course, to pay attention during my lectures. It would not do to appoint the story Ninetales as your tutor, only to disregard her expert advice. Okay, so she is like my teacher, I guess? Ask about coming to the hideaway.
I admit.
When I took up my professor's bonnet and began teaching at the University of Canver, I did not think for a moment that I would one day count Sid the Outlaw among my pupils. But nor did I imagine that my fellow educators would have designs on my life, and we both know how that ended. Has it been a year already? Okay, so people are trying to kill her for some reason. Such is the peril of an overly inquisitive mind, I suppose. One is wont to uncover that which others would go great lengths to ensure remained hidden. Were it not for you and our mutual friend having come to the rescue, my curiosity would likely have proved fatal. But instead, I was not only saved, but granted a new lease of life, as personal tutor to a band of outlaws, no less.
A far more reputable fellowship
than anything in the academic world, I assure you. Ask about Crystalline Dominion.
My beloved homeland.
The crossroads of Valisthea, where one only has to stroll the streets to hear news from every far-flung corner of the realm. Its mother crystal yields more shards than any other, and its lands even now remain untouched by the blight. It is a blessed country indeed.
Or at least, it was.
Until Sambrek elected to invade and establish a new holy capital upon twin sides heretofore neutral shores. It pains me to see the land I love so changed, and even more to know that I did not predict it. I know that Emperor Sylvester had designs on the Dominion, but to abandon Oriflamme, the seat of the Holy Empire since its inception, seemed too audacious a move even for him. Okay.
I do wish our lawsman would consider acquiring some more contemporary volumes. I tire of the classics.
So I'm still a little bit confused, but I think what's happening is, so there's two continents. So Valisthea is the entire world, which is composed of two continents, Storm and Ash. Clive is from Storm. There are 4 kingdoms, and 3 of them are on Storm. Sanbrek is the Empire. When they say the Empire, they mean the Empire of Sambrek, who Sylvester is the Emperor of. It sounds like there was a peace treaty between the 2 continents, but then Sylvester decided to invade a neutral territory for whatever reason. And it seems that Vivian is from the other continent. I think that is what's been said so far. Oh, now I can enter here. Those were the 2 kids from before guarding this place. Wow. Is this the guy from the old hideaway that had like he was keeper of like the lore? Vivian Ninetales. Yeah, that's him. A scholar and strategist who makes her home in the hideaway, analyzing every shred of information that comes in from the wider world in order to divine the dispositions of the realm's armies and those who lead them. She offers her insight to Clive that he might better understand the lay of the land. The moniker Ninetales, of which she herself is fond, was gifted her by her fellow scholars in recognition of her ability to speak at length on almost any subject. Harpocrates II Hyperboreus. The hideaway's resident historian, whose love for books has earned him the nickname Tomes. Harpocrates traveled to Valisthea as a youth, seeking to unearth the secrets of this land of legend, and over the years he has developed a deep knowledge of Valisthean geography, history, religion, and folklore. Okay, so this confuses me even more then, because I guess I thought Valisthean was the name of their world, but if he traveled to Valisthea, it means he's not from there. Mithril, a mineral most mighty. Introduction. Mithril is a material of both passing hardness and luster, and it is these two qualities for which it is valued by the weapon and armorsmiths of the realm. However, there's a third quality of mithril that sets it apart from steel or shell, its durance. While even the finest steel may be melted by dragon's fire, become brittle in frigid climes, or turn to rust if not regularly and rightly oiled, mithril is once made eternally unchanging. In this volume, I will explain how one might go about making, shaping, and employing mithril in one's work. Okay, so it's like adamantium from Marvel. Although mithril has always been a thing in Final Fantasy. The Sins of Zimicus, an illustrated history of the twins, Volume 4. Tales of the Founder, Mort d'Olivier. Mort is death in French.
Old Tome said the hideaway is built inside an airship. Said it was called the Invincible. Old Tome said the hideaway is built inside
Wait,
an
what?
airship.
We're in an airship?
Said it was called the Invincible.
I thought we were just in fallen ruins.
Norseman Harpocrates.
Now that is a name I have not heard for a long time.
Okay, Obi-Wan.
In fact, I had half forgotten it was mine. Welcome home, Clive. You were missed, as always.
I believe this belongs to you. Vivian asked me to return it.
On Gods and Men. A heavy leather-bound tome containing the findings of one Anaximander of Canver, a renowned theologian who spent most his life chronicling Valstea's diverse religious history.
Ready? Our resident scholar devours books faster than young Tet does lemon tarts. Would that I could do the same, but alas, I no longer possess the necessary constitution for such indulgence, either in words or tarts. That said, I have continued my search for mention of the creature you encountered at Drake's Head. But without access to the great libraries of Oriflamme or the Dominion, I regret that I have been able to find little and less. I am sorry.
Please, don't apologize. I'll send word to our associates. See if they can't furnish you with more books.
I fear it is not more books that I require, but the right ones. Mayhap we look in the wrong places. There are still libraries to the north.
I'll see what I can do.
You are too kind. There are not many in this world who would indulge the whims of a tired old historian.
Not too tired to go filching Kupo nuts, though. Always got a pocket for him. Nicks him off the Moogle.
Hush now. We all know there's no such thing as Moogles.
What? There's one downstairs.
The twins seem well.
Aye. Yet they laugh far too little for one so young. The loss of their parents weighs heavy on them, however well they hide it. Titan took much from us that
Of course, had to move my chair up again.
some more than others, and the wounds that remain, they are not quick to heal.
Which is why we must give them all the time they need.
That we must. Just as I must give you the time you need to recuperate. Good day, Clive.
Good day. Gav will be back soon. I should get some rest while I can.
My knowledge is yours.
Ask about the hideaway.
Look around you.
Well, it is a far cry from the Imperial Library in Oriflamme. In 5 short years, we have amassed more volumes than most men or women might hope to see in their lifetime. No longer are the tales they contain hidden away from all but the privileged. We have liberated them, that they may fill the minds of all who hunger for knowledge.
Still,
There is much more out there, and as long as I draw breath, I shall continue to gather what I can. It is so weird that they have them only do voice acting of, like, a few of these words.
why?
One day, a chronicle of your own adventures might even grace these shelves. Or failing that, the floor. Ask about the past 5 years.
It has been difficult, certainly.
When Titan visited his wrath upon us on that dreadful night, we lost much. He robbed us not only of our home and our loved ones, but of that which Sid fought fiercest to preserve, our hope. Hope that we might never have found again had you not taken his name and become our light in the darkness.
Had you not led us here.
To Benimir and the Invincible, where among the ghosts of the fallen, our journey can continue. Here in the belly of a leviathan untouched by the passing of 1,000 years, does our hope burn brighter than ever. And here it may burn for 1,000 more. Ask about Tet and Crow.
I still remember.
The day I first met Tet and Crow, chasing their father about the hideaway one moment, clinging to their mother's cradle the next. The twins' love for their parents were something to behold, so fierce and pure. When they passed, I feared the void they left in the children's lives could never be filled. Neither spoke nor smiled for years, hiding themselves away here in the shelves to bury their sorrows in the leaves of these tomes.
And thank goodness they did.
For I believe the stories proved a welcome distraction, as over time their pain faded, and now they laugh and frolic as they once did, if not with more vigor. They remind us that no matter how deep our wounds, we all have the capacity to heal, and that happiness lost may be found again.
I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them.
Extant Encyclopedia.
For you today.
The founder. The Warden of Fire, whose strength resides within Joshua Rossfield, heir to the Rosarian throne. The Phoenix is always born in the ducal line, or ducal? I think ducal, and is worshipped by the populace, not least because its flame of both destruction and regeneration have delivered the duchy. I always say ducky, like a rubber ducky. Its flames of both destruction and regeneration have delivered the duchy from disaster many times over. The Warden of Fire, last seen on the night of the Imperial invasion of Phoenix Gate in the year 860, when the young Joshua Rossfield lost control of his powers. The Phoenix first awakened among the Motes of Fire, an ancient tribe who dwelled in the western reaches of Storm, and the careful preservation of bloodlines among the Rosarian nobility ensured that its dominant would always be born in the ducal line. Okay, Valisane calendar. The dating system used throughout the twins, which marks the years of the realm that have passed since the signing of the Continental Accord some 800 years ago. In the centuries since, nations have risen and fallen, and the concord between them has faltered, but the calendar persists. Oh, so this agreement was signed years ago. 800 years ago. An international pact made at the dawn of the present era, in which such matters as the treatment of bearers and the establishment of a realm-wide currency were laid out. It formed the basis of much of Valisane society as it stands today, including the branding of bearers and their status as non-persons. It also put in place a universal calendar, making a symbolic fresh start for mankind, albeit one which put magic users at a crippling disadvantage. Wow, okay, I didn't realize the Continental Accord was so old. So that means that bearers have been enslaved for 800 years? It does not normally take 800 years for people to rebel. I think I've read this. Slave masters. Those who own and manage bearer slaves. A bearer must always obey the orders of his or her master and are largely forbidden from acting independently, even from speaking without express permission. When it is necessary to relinquish supervision of a bearer, such as when dispatching one on an errand, masters will often affix the emblem of their house or business to the slave's clothing that they are not mistaken for an escapee. Branded soldier. Bearers forced to fight for the nations that enslaved them. To stymie the urge to flee, the penalty for desertion is death, and soldiers are encouraged to keep a close watch on each other to prevent others from doing so, the brand upon a soldier's cheek presenting an additional obstacle. And so most follow their orders, turning steadily to stone with each draw on the ether, to lose one's life to the curse being lauded as a hero's death. The crystal's curse. Okay, so this is what I was confused about last night. So maybe this will tell me more. The price bearers and dominants pay for channeling ether through their bodies, the gradual petrification of their flesh. It does not affect those who use a crystal to cast magics. Beginning with a stiffness and ache in the extremities as the curse progresses, limbs are rendered immobile and the pain unbearable. At last, the victim turns completely to stone and their body crumbles into dust. There's no known cure. Oh, okay. Yeah, that did explain it then. So we saw some people die this way, but I didn't really get how it got to that point. So wait a minute. Is this saying that the more that they use ether, the more likely this is to happen to them? I guess. Magic. The art of channeling ether to make one's imagination manifest. This can take the aspect of one of the 8 elements: fire, water, wind, earth, ice, thunder, light, and dark, or more rarely be unexpected. While bearers and dominants can cast spells at will, others require a crystal to do so. Magic is a part of everyday life for the people of Valisea, making it all but unlivable when they are deprived of its gift. Ether. The life force of the land and source of all magic. The amount of ether a spell consumes depends on its strength, with those manifesting more potent forces over a wider area coming at a greater cost. Larger crystals can channel more ether than smaller ones, and thus can be used to cast more powerful magics. One might use a small ration shard to grill a fish, but would require a large municipal crystal to fire a blacksmith's forge. Ethereal tolerance. The ability to resist the effects of the ethereal exposure. This is higher in bearers and dominants, allowing them to survive concentrations of ether that would turn any human who lacks their gift. Some animals, including chocobos, also have a natural resistance to the effects of ether, but one of the many reasons why the birds are so beloved across the twins. So that's a convenient way to get you to ride chocobos wherever. Akashic. The irreversible change brought about by a living being's overexposure to ether. Creatures are stripped of any intelligence or sense of self they may once have had, and become suffused with life force, usually manifesting as extreme strength and aggression. Flora can also turn, resulting in their twisted overgrowth. Those with ethereal tolerance, however, such as dominants and bearers, are less likely to turn Akashic. Okay, so I've read that before. Okay, Moss the Chronicler. Annabelle Lesage. Oh, this is the mom. This is Clive and Joshua's mom. Former Duchess of Rosaria, now Empress of the Holy Empire of Sambrek. Was ever her purpose in life to preserve her phoenix-bearing bloodline, for which reason she betrayed her husband, that she might enter in league with a force she judged the mightier. Now she rules over Rosaria as vicereine of the Imperial Province, which she rules with a cruelty and contempt for the baseborn that was unknown in Archduke Elwin's day. Yeah, so we know mom is a bad person. Okay, let's get out of here. Actually, oh, wait a minute. Wow, we've got a lot of entries here, but I think I've already read most of these. Because I read most of them in the active time lore. Kosnis. A town located in the rugged northern reaches of the Dalmekian Republic. Though it was once a thriving trading post, the coming of the Blight has served to both discourage travelers as well as drive off longtime residents. All that now remain are refugees fleeing from elsewhere, the black marketeers who prey upon them, and barely enough soldiers to keep the peace. Or rather, to pretend to when they're not being bribed to look the other way. Mysteries of the Realm. First Shield. Title granted to the mightiest and most stalwart shield of the Rosarian army. The First Shield is entrusted with the personal protection of the dominant of the Phoenix, and is gifted a portion of the Icon's power over flame, a boon known as the Blessing of the Phoenix. The Blessing of the Phoenix. The boon Joshua bestowed upon his brother upon Clive's ordination as First Shield, allowing him to wield fire-aspected magic without a crystal. It has long been custom in Rosaria for the dominant of the Phoenix to share a part of their power in this way, performing this rite of rejuvenation upon those they appoint as their protectors, that they might serve them the better. Oh, I didn't know that Joshua gave Clive the fire powers. I thought he just had them because he was like the brother. Magic barriers. Some dominants have the ability to call upon a part of their icon's power to summon a ward, a nigh impervious barrier that no magic nor matter can cross. However, its maintenance requires a continuous channeling of ether through the summoner's flesh, taking a heavy toll upon them. The larger the barrier, the greater the burden. Municipal shards. Large shards of crystal that are entrusted to towns and cities across Valisthea in order to serve the populace. Where those shards rationed out to individuals might suffice to fill a cup or light an oven, municipal shards fill wells, fire forges, and light the streets of the great cities of the Twins. Oh, that's what those are. I've seen those around villages and towns. Heart of the Mother Crystal. The brightly shining convolution of shards that sits at the center of each Mother Crystal. When a heart shatters, so too does the mountain around it. Since time immemorial, sanctuaries have been built around the hearts for the worship and protection of those irreplaceable treasures. Priming. The act of a dominant transforming their living flesh into that of their icon. Priming does not require a continual draw on the ether, it is rather maintained by the constant channeling of the vast quantities of ether imbued within the dominant's own body. This allows dominants to remain primed even when they enter the etherless deadlands, but also results in the crystal's curse taking a heavy toll on them with every act of priming. Semi-priming. The act of a dominant calling upon part of their icon's power without fully transforming into the legendary beast itself. It does not require nearly as much ether as to fully prime, taking less of a toll on the dominant's flesh. Upon semi-priming, the host takes on some aspect of their icon, sprouting wings or becoming clad in stone. Okay, I kind of gathered that, but it wasn't like fully explained. Airship. Legend has it that the people of the Fallen once sailed through the skies in the bellies of these ships, though all now lie shattered and silent on the surface below. The men and women of the present day are wont to repurpose these ruins for their own uses, both the village of Losping and Clive's hideaway in Benamir being built around the wreckage of a fallen airship. Okay, I need to find out entry on the Fallen. It's right next to the airship. An ancient yet highly advanced civilization whose relics said to be the remains of airships that once soared through the skies can be found across the length and breadth of Valisthea. Sid's hideaway is but one of many settlements to take a fallen ruin as its foundation, taking advantage of the sturdiness of the ceramics, which are stronger than steel. They are not, however, immune to the passage of time, and so the hideaway is in need of constant repairs. Okay. So, I was saying, like, I was just saying I didn't understand why people are saying it was an airship, because I was like, I thought they were just ruins, but the ruins are the airships. So every ruin is an airship of the Fallen, which was some sort of ancient civilization, which I'm wondering if those are the icons. I'm wondering if the icons came from there. Liberation of the bearers. That which Sid and his allies strive to do, save bearers from slavery. To this end, they gather information about masters who most mistreat their property, that they might focus the rescue efforts on those most in need. Freed bearers are brought back to the safety of the hideaway, and though many are unsure what to do with their newfound freedom, the combination of a warm welcome, warm food, and a warm bed helps to calm their cares. Okay. So, what else do I not understand? Ultima's thralls. Twisted, glowing blue creatures that awaited Clive and Jill deep within Phoenix Sea to try and prevent them from gaining the innermost recesses of the apothecary. Okay, that didn't really tell me anything. Mythos? The name by which Ultima addresses Clive. It appears to be his title for the vessel for limitless power that he means to make of the young Lord Marquess, but to what end he requires such a thing, only Ultima knows. Oh, there's an entry on Torgal. Clive's faithful friend. He is fiercely protective of him and his allies, loath as he is to lose his best friend again, and it never strays far from Clive's side, putting the hunting skills Sid taught him to use in fending off foes and picking up trails. Oh, he's such a good boy. Ambrosia. Clive's personal steed. During the attack on Phoenix Gate, she raced to Clive's rescue, saving him from certain death at the cost of an eye, a price she gladly paid. Right, yeah, I remember her. But she never showed up again. I mean, but now it's... Well, since Phoenix Gate, it's been 18 years. I don't know how old Chocobos live to, but certainly she must have passed away by now, even if she survived Phoenix Gate. Leader of the Hideaway and dominant of Rama, Warden of Thunder. His plan to create a world where bearers and dominants could die on their own terms meant destroying the Mother Crystals, an act of blasphemy that would see him forever denounced as an outlaw. It was during their mission to fell Drake's head in 873 that Sidolphus Telamon lost his life to a beast from the beyond, passing the title Sid the Outlaw onto his protege Clive. Okay, well, that I knew. Benedicta. Commander of the Kingdom of Warlord of Walud's elite intelligencers. I didn't know that was a word. And dominant of Garuda. After Clive took her power at Caer Norvin and the keep was set to fire, she and her comrades were forced into making a hurried retreat, only to be set upon by bandits. What was left of Benedicta's power ran amok, summoning forth a raging whirlwind within which she was at last to lose her life at the hands of Clive, Rosfeld, and his icon Ifrit. So she died a lot faster than I expected. Hugo Kupka. Oh, that's Hugo? Or that's Kupka? Permanent economic advisor to the Dhalmekian Parliament and dominant of Titan. He has little love for his country, taking advantage of his position to benefit himself and himself alone. After learning that Sid the Outlaw, the man who slew the love of his life, Benedicta Harmon, still lives, he tasks his personal guard with capturing and torturing bearers in order to draw out his nemesis and take his revenge. Dion Lesage. Who is this guy? Firstborn son and loyal subject of Emperor Sylvester. Oh, yeah. He's a prince. He's the Bahamut. The Bahamut dominant. Ruler of the Holy Empire of Sambrak, as well as the leader of the Empire's most elite fighting force, the Dragoons. Okay, so I saw him, but I didn't know his name. Dion is also the dominant of Bahamut, Warden of Light, and has often been called upon to summon his icon in defense of his countrymen, most recently in the year of the realm 873, when Odin took to the field against them in the Battle of Belinus Tor. Royal Knight Lord Commander. Lord Commander of the Kingdom of Walud's armies. He accompanied his liege to Fort Zenitra in the Republic of Dhalmekia to negotiate the provision of reinforcements from the Royal Order of Knights. I don't remember that guy at all. Barnabas Tharmer. King of Walud and dominant of Odin, the Warden of Darkness. At the Battle of Belinus Tor, he not only took personal command of the royal army, but rode into the fray himself, galloping through the air atop his six-legged steed and goading Bahamut into a duel that shook the skies. Oh, wait a minute. Is that the guy that I was like, he looks like one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse? He looks kind of like Clive. He looks like an older Clive. Okay, Goots. Apprentice to Karen and ally of the Hideaway. After Sid's Hideaway was reduced to rubble at the hands of Hugo Kupka, he followed his nan in joining Clive at their new home on the lake. He has a keen interest in smithing, and spends what little spare time he is granted heating and hammering metal just as Blackthorn showed him. Oh, I didn't know he was working on blacksmithing. Blackthorn. Resident blacksmith of Clive's Hideaway, where he keeps the new Sid the Outlaw and his allies well outfitted with arms and armor. Though he is usually sullen and secretive sort, his knowledge he is happy to share with Goots, who has long been eager to learn the art of smithing. Actually, okay, now I'm remembering. I think I did talk to Goots once, and he did mention something about being interested in smithing. Joshua Rosfield. Dominant of the Phoenix and former heir to the ducal throne, Joshua was thought to have died at the hands of the second icon of fire during the disaster at Phoenix Gate. However, he is very much alive, traveling the realm even now, his true identity hidden by a heavy cowl and assumed name, that of Lord Margrace. Oh, so, okay, see, I was wondering, is that really him, or is that some sort of like clone of him? But this told me that's really him. Okay, I was gonna sneeze, but I guess I ended up not doing it. Dominant of Shiva and trusted confidant of Clive, leader of the new hideaway. Together, they continue Sid's mission to emancipate bearers and rid the realm of mother crystals. Tarja. Resident physician of Sid's hideaway. Tarja is an expert in all manner of medicines and medical interventions, skills that are indispensable in their deadland home, where they cannot call on healing magics. After Sid brings an unconscious Jill back to the hideaway from his expedition to the Nissa defile, she's placed in Tarja's care. Karen, one of Sid's most trusted allies. After Sid's hideaway was laid waste to by Higa Kupka and his minions, she and her hardworking yet long-suffering apprentice Goots followed Clive to the new hideaway in Benamir, where they serve him in the same capacity they served his predecessor, sourcing whatever supplies her fellow residents are in need of. Goat. Otto's loyal lackey, tasked not only with keeping the ledgers, but with reading and sorting the myriad reports that entered the hideaway and arranging assistance for those in need. Born a bearer, Goat was kept as a slave to an Oriflamme tavern, whose keeper would beat him bloody. After being thrown out onto the streets as punishment for a minor mistake, it was his fortune to be found by Otto, who took him back to the hideaway. Maeve, landlady of the Tub and Crown, the hideaway's much-loved alehouse. Though she was born in Rosaria, her enslavement as a bearer saw her transported to Sandbreck to work its wheat fields. However, when the farmer was unhappy with the harvest and thought to make an example of her for her fellow slaves, the Cursebreakers stepped in to instead teach him the error of his ways. Why are they called the Cursebreakers? Kenneth, chief cook at Sid's hideaway, who lost his life on the night of Higo Kupka's attack. Oh, he died? He was the guy at the Fat Chocobo. He was well loved, both for his ever genial nature, I don't know how to pronounce that, and the toothsome fare he concocted from the limited ingredients available in their deadland home. Indeed, many of Kenneth's dishes remain on the menu in Clive's new hideaway. Oh, I didn't realize he had died. See, if I hadn't read that entry, I would have never known he died. Tet, one of a pair of young twins who assist Harpocrates in the hideaway library, or at least are tasked to. In practice, he spends most of his time reading books and teasing tomes with his sister Crow. Though their parents were both bearers, Tet was spared that burden. Alas, he was not spared the tragedy of losing both his mother and father when Sid's hideaway was laid low. Crow, one of a pair of young twins who assist Harpocrates in the hideaway library, or at least are tasked to. In practice, she spends most of her time reading books and teasing tomes with her brother Tet. Born a bearer like her parents, but spared the prejudice and persecution they were forced to suffer, alas, she was not spared the tragedy of losing both her mother and father when Sid's hideaway was laid low. Okay, so she's a bearer, but Tet isn't. Quentin, the inscrutable landlord of Blossom's Tavern and the leader of the village. Martha, landlady of the Golden Stables, the tavern at the heart of Martha's Rest. She is also a friend of Sid's cause, keeping the hideaway supplied with both victuals and information on developments in Western Storm, a second string to her business that she strives to keep secret from the Imperial authorities. Bernard, a carpenter who resides at Martha's Rest, whose speed and skill, together with the surrounding marsh waters' deleterious effects on the plants and piles of the village's many bridges, keep his services in high demand. Wow, they have an entry on Bernard? He was like such a minor character. Victor, a friend of Sid's and later Clive's, he keeps an ever-attentive vigil on the comings and goings in Dalmekia from his hometown of Cosmis. Attendant to Margrace, servant of a man who goes by the name Lord Margrace. Together they travel the twins to some unknown end. Elwyn Rosfield, late Archduke of the Grand Duchy of Rosaria and father of Clive and Joshua. Elwyn's reign ended when he was beheaded by servants of the Holy Empire of Sandbreck in their ignoble attack on Phoenix Gate. Known not only for his inspiring leadership and skill with a blade, but his disapproval of mistreatment of bearers. His legacy lives on in all those who oppose imperial rule in what remains of Rosaria. Okay, I'm getting tired of reading, so maybe I'll get to these later. Oh, but I do want to read Ultima. An otherworldly being that Clive encountered in the inner sanctum of Drake's Head. He addressed Clive as Mythos before attempting to merge their consciousnesses. However, Clive was able to summon the will to resist the creature before Joshua returned from the dead to imprison it in a cage of flame that he sealed away in his own heart. Wait, what does that mean? Imprison it in a cage of flame that he sealed away in his own heart? He sealed Ultima away in his own heart? Also, I need to go back to the entry of the mom. Medicine girl? An orphan girl who pays for her bread by making and selling medicines. Why do they have an entry on her? Where's the entry on the mom? I don't remember her name. Okay, I don't know where the entry of the mom was. Oh, Sylvester. I do want to read him too. Emperor of the Holy Empire of Sambrek, who won his throne at least partly by the virtue of his son, Dion, having awakened as the dominant of Bahamut. Oh, here she is, Annabella. Oh, I'm not sure I read these other entries. Duchess of Rosaria, wife of Archduke Elwyn and mother to Clive and Joshua. While she adores her younger son, she treats Clive and Jill with naught but thinly veiled contempt. It was not only her beauty, but her connection to a bloodline that produced many previous dominants of the Phoenix that led her being proposed as a bride for the young Archduke. Indeed, the two are cousins. Oh. So Joshua and Clive's parents are cousins. Having known from a young age that her purpose in life was to preserve her Phoenix-bearing bloodline, she dotes on Joshua and scorns Clive. It was ever her purpose in life to preserve her Phoenix-bearing bloodline, for which reason she betrayed her husband, that she might enter in league with a force she judged the mightier, the Holy Empire of Sambrek. It was Annabella's treachery that led to the disaster at Phoenix Gate. Oh, I didn't realize that. I didn't realize she's the one that told Sambrek about them being at Phoenix Gate, and that's why they attacked. But I'm a little confused though. Like, why? So why are dominants so respected, but bearers are enslaved? And so Annabella wants to preserve the Phoenix in her line. That's the only thing she cares about. But she thinks Joshua's dead. So is she trying to have a new kid to create another Phoenix? But then there can only be one icon at a time, right? So there can only be one dominant of an icon at a time, right? So if she couldn't make another Phoenix dominant, wouldn't she wonder, like, if Joshua was still alive? Since there can only be one at a time? Although I guess maybe she might just think like, oh, like this kid just wasn't born as a Phoenix dominant. I don't know. I'm just like kind of confused about the whole story.
Always welcome, Clive.
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't mean to exit.
Something I might assist you with, Clive? What subject?
Okay, I know I'm spending a lot of time on these. Okay, but I really need to understand some of the stuff. Okay, so Valistea, a realm comprising the twin continents of Storm and Ash, over which the Mother Crystals stand timeless vigil. Okay. Yeah, so Valistea is the world. Storm and Ash are the continents. Timeless, that is, until Cid and his disciples commence their campaign to bring each one, starting with Drake's Head, crashing down, spreading chaos and confusion throughout the great cities and nations of Valistea. Okay, at the foot of each, great cities have risen up over the aeons, and around them powerful nations. Though the land has been blessed with the light of magic since time immemorial, in recent years a creeping blackness has begun to gnaw at its borders, the Blight. Okay, Storm. The westerly of Valisea's two great continents. With its frozen northern reaches, its temperate, marshy midlands, and the searing heat of the south, it boasts a breadth of climes and cultures not seen anywhere else in the known realms. Benamir. A lake on the blighted lands on the southern edge of the former Grand Duchy Duchy of Rosaria, named for the dragon that some tales say created the basin when it fell from the sky. Fallen airships dot its expansive waters like forgotten cenotaphs, leading some to liken it to a graveyard. Its remote location, far from any trade route and deep inside the Deadlands, made it an obvious choice for Clive when faced with rebuilding Cid's legacy. That was smart. That was really smart. Okay, the Imperial Province of Rosaria. The lands comprising the western reaches of the continent of Storm. Formerly known as the Grand Duchy of Rosaria, it became an imperial province after its annexation by the Holy Empire of Sambrec in the year 861. Annabella Lesage, once Duchess of Rosaria and now Empress of Sambrec, was granted stewardship of her former home and the title of Vicereine, a role she embraced with sadistic relish, enacting a regime of crippling taxation and constant surveillance, along with renewed persecution of the bearer population. Okay, yeah, I'm still kind of confused why, like, dominants are, like, protected, but bearers are enslaved. Like, I'm confused why Annabella is so protective over Joshua and so into, like, preserving her bloodline of the Phoenix, but she's persecuting bearers. Okay, what else do I want to know about? The Holy Empire of Sambrec. A nation occupying the northeastern reaches of the continent of Storm. After suffering the ignominy of losing Drake's head to an audacious assault by the outlaw Cid in 873, the Empire set its sights on the mother crystal of its nearest neighbor, the Crystalline Dominion. Sambrec's legions duly stormed the historically neutral territory and installed the imperial capital at Twinside. This brazen act of conquest sent shockwaves across Valisea and heightened the already considerable tension between the Empire and the Dhalmekian Republic. Okay, so they attacked the Crystalline Dominion because they wanted another mother crystal. Okay, so that's why. Okay, so they're starting to make sense now that I'm reading all of these. Drake's head, the mother crystal upon whose wings does Sambrec ascend to geopolitical supremacy. It towered over the holy capital of Oriflamme, its mighty silhouette a testament to the power and permanence of the Empire. And then in the year 873, it fell at the hand of Cid the Outlaw. Okay, I know I'm spending like almost an hour just reading these entries out loud, but like I just said, if I wasn't reading these, I wouldn't be understanding the story at all. Oriflamme, the former capital of the Holy Empire of Sambrec. After its mother crystal was destroyed in an attack by Cid the Outlaw in the year 873, the decision was made to move the throne and her army south to the Crystalline Dominion, regardless of whether or not the Dominion's citizens approved. Oriflamme has since fallen gradually into decline, having lost the mother's blessing and all the benefits it brought. The Five Cardinals. The senior statesmen that make up the highest office of government in Sambrec after the Emperor himself, the Council of Elders. The council is comprised of the High Cardinal, representative of Central Sambrec and the Holy Capital Oriflamme, and the four cardinals who administer the outer provinces, the northern, southern, eastern, and western seas. Okay, the Dhalmekian Republic. I need to know about that. A nation formed from a federation of 5 smaller states. It is located in the southern half of the continent of Storm and has its capital at Randella. Also home to the mother crystal known as Drake's Fang, inside which stands Castle Dazbog, home of Hugo Kupka, dominant of Titan. Kupka, obsessed with finding Sid and exacting his revenge for the murder of Benedicta Harmon, co-opted the soldiers of the realm and had them commit a series of atrocities in an attempt to flush him out of hiding. Okay, so Kupka is from the Dalmekian Republic. Okay. Starting to come together. Castle Dazbog. A castle built within the dome-like mountain that contains Drake's Fang. It is the primary residence of Hugo Kupka, dominant of Titan, and is lavishly appointed to suit his extravagant tastes. The Iron Kingdom. An archipelago nation situated off the west coast of Storm, with its capital at Craigloisgde. The Mother Crystal, Drake's Breath, rises from a volcanic island situated just within its borders and is worshipped as a god, just as the state religion, the Crystalline Orthodox, dictates. This same religion decrees the use of magic to be anathema, and the bearers and dominants who use it to be sinful aberrations, leading to even greater discrimination than that suffered by their brethren on the mainland. Given their stated desire to control all the mothers, the Ironbloods' attitude to other nations is one of indelible antagonism. Okay, so now we got to deal with them too. So they're like an island that's trying to like take over all the mother crystals. So we're dealing with a lot here. The Crystalline Dominion, a once independent state straddling the continents of Storm and Ash. Its capital, Twinside, is built on the tiny Isles of Ark, from which its mother crystal, Drake's Tail, rises. After Drake's head was destroyed in 873, the Holy Empire of Sambrek declared Twinside its new capital in defiance of the long-standing non-aggression treaty. While controversial, the move, carried out by Prince Dion and his Knights Dragoon, proceeded mostly unopposed, largely due to the Dominion's lack of a dominant of its own with which to intimidate the interlopers. Okay, so that's what was happening when they were showing us the prince turning into Bahamut. They were taking over Twinside. I didn't get that's what was happening. I feel like they're showing you a lot of things, but it doesn't make sense unless you read all of this. Non-aggression treaty, a pact in which was codified the agreement between nations to refrain from invading the Crystalline Dominion and laying claim to its mother crystal, Drake's Tail. It both cemented the Dominion's position at the center of world politics and placed checks on the ability of key players to exploit that position. The Gregorian Church. The state religion of the Holy Empire of Sambrek, whose followers worship the goddess Grieger as the one true deity. Okay, so I was also wondering about this. So Grieger, yeah, Grieger is she's a goddess. I thought Grieger was their god, but she's a goddess. So it's the religion of Sambrek, so not everybody follows this. At the church's head stands a holy empire voted into office by his fellow cardinals and supposedly their equal, though this is widely recognized to be a convenient fiction. The followers of Grieger worship dragons as secret servants of their goddess, and since the founding days of the empire have both doted and depended upon them. The Crystalline Orthodox, a religion dedicated to the worship of the mother crystals. Its priesthood enjoyed great power, with the patriarch, leader and chief shepherd of the faithful, the most powerful of all. While best known as the state religion of the insular Iron Kingdom, it was once practiced throughout Valisthea. To its believers, the mother crystals are literal gods, and the wasteful expenditure of ether through the use of magic is strictly forbidden. As such, those who do use magic, dominants and bearers both, are seen as subhuman abominations. Okay. The Northern Territories, a bitterly cold region in the northern reaches of the continent of Storm. It was originally home to the mother crystal known as Drake's Eye, around which a series of small nations sprang up, nations whose belligerence proved troublesome for Rosaria over the centuries. I think it's Rosaria, actually, not Rosaria, Rosaria. In time, however, the mother crystal's power dwindled, and with it, the power of these warlike nations. With the blight encroaching on their territory evermore, the remaining tribes were united and pacified by Archduke Elwin Rosfield of Rosaria in the year 854. The Battle of the Twin Realms was a conflict fought between the Holy Empire of Sambrek and the Kingdom of Walud in the year 865. Sambracla's forces, with the power of the Icon Bahamut on their side, took the Strait of Otha back from Walud, putting an end to a blockade that lasted several decades. The Waluders, looking to hold back the Sambracla advance by any means necessary, formed an alliance with the Dalmekian Republic, who themselves were waging war against the Iron Kingdom on the Western Front and prevented the Empire from progressing any further. I mean, it sounds like the Iron Kingdom is at war with everybody. Mysteries of the Realm. Okay, I know most of those. Relevant topics? Oh, I guess that's like the active time lore. Okay.
Always welcome, Clive.
Okay, I think that's it for now. That was a lot of reading. But we got so much more information. Like, I really was not understanding a lot of the lore.
Not back a blink and you're already off solving everyone's problems. It looks good, Clive. Goes well with the scowl.
I'd had that brand for so long. I'd forgotten what life was like without it.
Oh, he got it removed. I didn't even notice.
Myself. And it's all thanks to you.
I mean, it's still pretty clear he had one.
The scalpel did most of the work. Ah, before I forget, a rider was here with a letter from Gav. Otto left it on your desk.
Not a Stolas. All right, I'll have a look.
And then you get some rest.
What is a Stolas?
What could Gav have thought worthy of a letter?
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find an entry in a Stolas. I mean, I know it's like a message of some kind, but I don't get what the difference is between a Stolas and a letter.
Pleased to see you, Clive. I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them. What subject shall we consider today?
Oh, search. Whoa, what? They got a little search when you don't know quite exactly what you're looking for. Keyword. Oh, you can't, but you can't actually enter them in. I mean, I don't really know what category it would be in. Daily life? Stolases. Oh, there we go. Owls capable of transmitting the thoughts of others, specifically those with whom they are attuned. In response to an ancient incantation, their lithified third eyes store these thoughts in the form of ether, allowing them to be passed on and when required, though only to the intended recipient. Stolases are mainly kept by royals, nobles, and other figures of authority for the purpose of sending secret or urgent messages and are seldom available to common folk. The incantation O Mia Los Ilan Tu Asag Elith can be loosely translated as "My will is now thy burden, ne'er cleft our bond shall be." Oh, okay. That explains the owls. And there was one of these in Clive's room. So we saw somebody doing this with one of these, but they didn't explain what it was. I guess this is one way to get you to read all these entries. They don't really explain anything. So when you're confused about something, you go and look it up here. Chocobos! Favorite steeds of the people of Valisthea. While they are mainly bred for riding, some are used to pull wagons and some are even eaten. But the boldest and bravest are put forward for use by the military. They are intelligent and fiercely loyal creatures and tend to tolerate only their master's attention. Wild chocobos are no less vigilant and will readily attack anyone who they perceive to be a threat. Anyone who isn't carrying a fistful of Gishel greens, that is. Or Geisel. I forgot how they pronounce it. Geisel greens or something like that. Okay. Actually, I do want to read some of these entries on the icons. Ifrit. A fire aspected icon that first emerged in the year of the realm 860 when Imperial forces attacked the Rosarian stronghold of Phoenix Gate. Clad in an infernal flame, the fiendish creature flung itself against the Phoenix, overpowering the icon with a strength and ferocity never seen before. Its reappearance was to usher in a second shocking revelation that its dominant was none other than Clive Rosfield. Phoenix. The Phoenix. The Ward of Fire, last seen on the night of the Imperial invasion of Phoenix Gate in the year 860, when the young Joshua Rosfield lost control of his powers. The Phoenix first awakened among the Motes of Fire, an ancient tribe who dwelled in the western reaches of Storm, and the careful preservation of bloodlines among the Rosarian nobility ensured that its dominant would always be born in the ducal line. Okay, Shiva. The Warden of Ice, of whom Jill Warwick is the current dominant. With her glacial aspect and ability to conjure boreal boulders from the ether, Shiva's appearance on the battlefield makes her and her enemy's blood run cold. Rama. The Warden of Thunder, whose power most lately awakened within Sidolphus Telemon. Dominants of the icon most often emerge among descendants of the Motes of Thunder, a tribe who once dwelled in the lands of Central Ash, lands that the kingdom of Walud now lays claim to. Mayhap in part due to the tribe's comparatively advanced learning, Rama is associated with wisdom and judgment to this day. Well, since Sid died, we must have a new dominant of Rama, right? Oh, I guess Clive got we got thunder abilities now, or lightning abilities, but I don't think he was the dominant. Garuda, the Warden of Wind, who Benedicta transformed into during her ill-fated flight from the Empire. It takes the form of a fearful harpy, summoning storms and tearing into the flesh of its prey with hawk-like talons. Its dominant is most often born among the descendants of the Motes of Wind, an ancient tribe that once dwelled in the land spanning the Strait of Offa, what is now the Crystalline Dominion. Kirada, an ethereal conjuration summoned forth by Benedicta Harmon when Clive encountered the dominant of Wind near Lost Wing. Despite their size, the creature's heavily feathered wings did not seem to hamper its movement, which was disconcertingly nimble. More so than speed, though, was Kirada's array of powerful magics that set it apart from lesser foes. Suparna, an ethereal creation of Benedicta Harmon, dominant of Wind. When summoned in Kara Norvin alongside her twin, Kirada, the pair worked in tandem to attempt to overwhelm Sid and Clive, wielding a panoply of potent magics and deadly aerial assaults. See, I don't get why she was able to summon... She was able to turn into Garuda, but then also summon two others? Is that just like a Garuda power? Titan. The Warden of Earth, of whom Hugo Kupka is the current dominant. He takes the form of a stone-skinned giant whose granite fists shake the earth with every mighty pummel. Titan's dominant awakens among the peoples of the Dalmekian deserts, the recipient of his strength being granted great power and status by the Republic in return for a commitment to protect the nation in times of war. Bahamut, the Warden of Light, whose power dwells within Dion Lesage, Prince of Sambrek. In the Holy Empire, the Gregorian faithful hold dragons to be secret creatures, and Bahamut the most sacred of them all. Because of this, as well as the protection it grants them, the icon is loved and revered by the imperial populace. Odin, the Warden of Darkness, who rides into battle atop his spectral steed, and whose black blade is said to be sharp enough to split the very seas in twain. His latest dominant, King Barnabas of Walud. Okay, so Odin is the Warden of Darkness, and Bahamut is the Warden of Light. So they're opposites.
The door to the shelves shall ever be open.
Okay, so these Stolasses, they're the owls. But if I look at the owl in Clive's room, it doesn't even look alive.
Does that one have... Have you been to the toll? I hear a new shipment.
Oh, why is Jill in here? This is my room. Wait a minute. Are they together now?
Otto was here earlier with a letter from Gav. He left it on your desk.
See, I was talking last night. I was talking about how anybody could just come in because there's no lock on the store. And he needs a curtain here. Like, this is just an open window. The reading table. Reports, letters, and other important missives addressed to Clive are delivered to the reading table in his chambers. New messages are always arriving, so make it a point to check the reading desk upon returning to the hideaway. The Republic's play. The Republican army marches on the Empire at Twinside, and men of the Rock have been summoned to the front. Something big is brewing, I reckon. I'll see you're done to wear upon my return. I'll see you're done to wear? What does that mean? Gav.
What does Gav have to say?
The Republican army is on the march, leaving Randalar in Hugo Kupka's charge. With him and his men occupied with the defense of the capital, they're less likely to trouble us.
Good news, then.
It's more than that. This is our chance. The one we've been waiting for.
But look how far we've come. All that we have here, our friends, the hideaway, are they not cause for joy?
5 years. 5 long years. If I could only command this power I've been granted, we might have achieved so much more. But each time I reach for it, it's like something is holding me back.
Summoning an icon exacts a price not easily paid. Your body knows this only too well. It's merely trying to save you from yourself.
And every burden I cannot bear falls to you.
This mission of ours has made me question everything I thought I knew. But one thing has become abundantly clear. The crystals take more than they give. In exchange for momentary comfort, we must endure a lifetime of pain, war after war, loss upon loss. And now they rob us of our very homes, leaving naught but dust and ash. But you're trying to change that. We're trying to change that. And to me, that's no burden.
I know, but...
Try not to forget. We're only here because Joshua gave us a second chance. It would be a pity to waste such a precious gift.
He did.
Oh.
He was there.
So we know he's alive.
It wasn't an illusion. I heard him call out to Ultima.
I know Clive saw him, but I thought Clive was just, like he said, he thought it was an illusion.
Alive, he'll be looking for that.
But Jill knew, like she knew he was alive.
Do you think he will ever come back?
I know he will. And we must be ready when he does.
I wonder if we get to play as Joshua. I mean, he's got to be doing something. Like, where has he been for the past 5 years? Or the 13 years before that?
To a world without mother crystals. To Sid.
Joshua has got some splaining to do. Meanwhile, the Northern Territories.
And so the North is lost.
I knew that the Blight spread ever more swiftly, Your Grace. But this is far, far worse than any could have imagined.
It is only a matter of time before the twins are no more. The world marches ever closer to its end, and here we chase shadows. Tell me, brother, are our efforts in vain?
So Joshua is trying to do the same thing as Clive, but then why Why does he not talk to him?
Master Clive, a moment, if you... my apologies, I didn't mean to...
See, you need to put a lock on the door.
Not at all. We were just discussing strategy.
Speak freely, Otto.
It's Martha, from the inn. She's gone missing. Anyway, I'll be in the mess when you've finished.
Very well. What would make Martha leave the rest?
If something has happened to Martha, we need to speak with Otto.
Okay, so after, after like a scene or something, or you talk to, when you talk to these NPCs, they really don't like have anything interesting to say. It's something I'm noticing about this game. They just kind of like repeat what's already been said. How do I get over there? Okay, I don't really know my way around the new hideaway yet. Okay, I think I go this way. Oh, I guess I could consult the map. Forgot I had a map. You know what? Actually, I want to check out what this place is. The rear stacks and the backyard. So I have to go past the forge, which is over here. Okay, so I have been here. Because I walked all over this place last night. Okay, so I think this is where I went up and found that girl reading. Oh wait, no, not this way. This is to the atrium. I want to go to the backyard. So I guess that would be this way.
They bloomed at all as a blessing.
Actually, I don't know if I've been... No, wait a minute. I was over here. Okay, yeah, because this is where they were growing things. This is where, like, the herbalist or the botanists were. Okay, yeah, I have been here. Okay, so that's what the backyard is. It's where they're growing stuff. That would make sense. Okay. Alright, I just wanted to make sure that I explored everything, which it looks like I have. So we're gonna go to Otto, get this mission started, because it's been over an hour now and I haven't really done anything because I was just reading up on the lore in those articles. But I mean, they explained a lot. Like, I really was not understanding a lot of the lore of this game and how everything worked, because they don't really explain much. But I do know that if there's something I don't understand, there is probably an article on it, or an entry, which is very helpful.
What do we know, Otto?
Some lads from the Imperial garrison in Rosaria started a fight over at Martha's Rest.
What is Rosaria?
Blood was spilled, bones were broken. The usual. But somewhere in the middle of it all, Martha vanished without a word to anyone. And that ain't like her, Clive. Something's not right.
You think this was planned?
Of course it bloody was. Ever since Eastpool, the Empire's been tightening its grip round the Duchy's balls. They've strung up everyone who's ever set eyes on a runaway, claiming they're traitors to the Holy Throne, conspiring to restore the House of Rosfield to power. And now it sounds like the bastards have turned their attentions to the pallbearers meek enough to stay put. Naturally, old Martha could see the way the wind was blowing, complained that it was getting harder and harder to take bearers in.
And now she's missing. If she's fallen into the hands of the Empire, we could be next.
Couple of curse breakers are already on their way to the inn. They should speed up the search. But if this is as bad as I think it is, You might end up having to save their asses and all.
Don't worry, Otto. I'll make sure everyone gets home safe.
It's not that I don't trust Cole to do his bit, you understand? It's that I don't trust the Empire to show any of us any mercy if we get in their way.
You're wondering what this new board is behind me, aren't you? All in good time, my fearless friend. All in good time. Find the curse breakers. Okay. So, I know we're probably sick of me reading entries, but I want to go see now if there's an entry on the curse breakers. Because I don't get why they're called that. The shells, the 1,000 tomes. Okay. Nope. Wrong way. Go this way.
Escape from the slave market.
Nope, not that way.
How'd you manage that?
Okay, no, I think that's, yeah, that's like completely the wrong way. Okay, so I have a question. How do we know that these were all airships? Like, how do we know all these fallen ruins were all airships?
Is there something I might assist you with, Clive? I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them. You wish to study the tomes?
Organizations, I guess? Curse breakers, here we go. A unit drawn from those of fighting age and martial training among the residents of the Hideaway, who conduct operations to liberate bearers from slavery. Beginning as a loose collection of like-minded individuals in Sid's Hideaway who chose to rid themselves of their bearer brands, that they might serve the cause out in the field, the Order has greatly expanded both its ranks and its operations since the move to Benamir, all under Otto's watchful eye. Okay, so they're just like the kind of like the military force of the Hideaway. But why are they called the Curse Breakers? I'm guessing they're called Curse Breakers because they want to break the curse of the bearers, like the crystal. Because when bearers turn into that, like when they become stone, that's called a curse. Oh, wait a minute. I see a side quest. So I'm wondering if like it's because they're freeing people. Or maybe they're just freeing bearers from the curse of slavery. I don't know. I mean, it didn't explain the name. Do I have a mini map? No.
Welcome back, Sid.
Damn blighted bilge. Is everything all right?
Aside from the holes in my hull, everything's roses.
The lake water doesn't agree with it, then?
That's one way of putting it. And unless you got some grand scheme to suck the black from the lake like we do in the atrium, that slurry will keep eating away at the timber like young Tech does our lemon tarts. Suppose a coat of pitch might stave off the rot for a moon or so, assuming we had any pitch, which we don't. Not any bloody more. Doubt the old tub's got more than a dozen runs left in him.
Of course, Obolus. Your skiff is our only means of reaching the mainland. Without it, we'd be lost.
Well, I'm glad someone round here sees it that way. To make pitch, you need pitch trees. But in case you haven't noticed, Live trees are one of the 1,000 things sorely lacking in the Deadlands. Now, I'm not so unkind as to ask you to fell a faraway forest and lug the logs back here to the mere, which is why we'll be needing a suitable alternative. And it just so happens I once heard the thorny pitchers of Curltail Falls cover themselves in a sticky wax to trap birds and beetles and whatnot. Might be enough to tide me over.
Sounds easier than felling a faraway forest. That's for certain.
The thorny pitchers? Is that a monster?
Never been to Curltail Falls myself. Never seen a curl for that matter. Not that I want to. I heard they'll tear a man from cock to crown soon as look at him. Good thing all we need is some wax from a thorny pitcher. How hard can that be, hmm?
Slay thorny thistles at Curltail Falls. Okay, they are enemies. So curls are a classic FF enemy. They look like, well, I don't know what they're going to look like in this game, but they look like in, well, actually, I only remember them from FF10, and then I think they were in FF8 or 7 also, but they look like cats, like big cats. They look like panthers or something with really long whiskers. 3 reads. Rising waters transformed once fertile farmland into a noisome morass, rendering it nigh uninhabitable to all but leeches and lizards. Alright, well, there's the side quest marker here, so I guess this is where I have to go. Curltail Falls. I don't know if I've been here before. Do I just have Torgal with me? No, I have Jill. I guess this is Curltail Falls.
Easier than felling a forest, I said. Trees don't have teeth.
Attack! This one! You're finished!
Okay, so now that I have 3 elemental attacks, I think it'll be easier to have these more powerful attacks with a long cooldown time because I can just switch to another element. Pitcher wax. A sticky substance found in the pitcher of a carnivorous plant which thrives in the Rosarian lowlands.
I can't imagine Herbalist needing any more than this. Time to head home.
Okay, well that was easy enough. Let's grind out some more stuff though. Okay, so what do I want to save up for? And when it comes to abilities, I mean, the limit break would be mastering the limit break would be nice. That costs a lot though. And then we've got, this is the thunder powerful attack. That's gonna have a really long cooldown time also. All right, well, I guess I might as well save up for the limit break. Oh. Well, it looks like Martha's Rest is in this area too, which I need to go to anyway. But I do have to go back to the hideaway and finish that quest.
Finish with that lot. That's it.
Well, did you find me some wax?
Find is one way of putting it.
Ugh. Reeks like a chocobo's arse. I don't suppose the Argo will mind as long as he stays above the waves.
Argo? So your boat has a name? I didn't know.
Yeah. Same as my old man. He was a ferryman himself back before the Blight came. The boat's all I have left of him. And thanks to you, he'll sail another day.
What? Did that give me 250 ability points? That was a lot. Oh, Badge of Might, what was that? Awarded to soldiers for unparalleled displays of courage on the field of battle. The feeling of accomplishment it enkindles in the recipient's heart is thought to enhance future performance and increases attack by 12. Okay, I'm gonna try this accessory. Oh wow, that did give me 200 ability points. That was a lot for a side quest. I mean, at this point, I might as well just save up for mastering the limit break then. Then we can get that out of the way.
What happened here?
Come on. We need to find the others.
Well, Otto told you what happened. They were attacked.
I'm sorry, Sid. We were too late. The Imperials have already left.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon.
Let's get you to a physical.
Sid? What said you'd be coming?
I trust you don't mind. Also thought you might need some help. And it appears he was right.
You, could say that, yes. They're saying the Imperials ascended like a storm. No one was spared their fury. Martha tried to step in and calm things down, but all our efforts got her were a pair of iron shackles and a hard march.
Any idea where?
Judging by their tracks, they headed towards Sorrowwise Bay.
To the Abbey, sheltering Martha's bearers.
The bastards. Jill and I will go after them. You take care of the people here.
We will. But, before you go, one of the locals heard something. He said the soldiers were talking about a culling. I don't know how big this is, but it doesn't sound good. Be careful out there, Sid.
You do the same.
So they made her... It sounds like they made her...
Cole is right. That was no tavern brawl. It was a message.
But a culling. Bearers are the property of the Empire. The garrison wouldn't have the authority to act alone. The orders would have had to have come from higher up.
So I guess they made her tell them where she hides those bearers. And they're gonna go kill them.
How do?
Stone skin cuffs. A shield on my left arm, sword brother on my right, the courage of my mother to see me through the fight. Increases stone skin tonic duration by 30 seconds. Well, I never use stone skin tonic anyway.
I wanted one of those.
Okay.
Well.
Lately, the merchants have never had anything worthwhile.
Good to see you, Sid. The soldiers who did this are long gone, I'm afraid. We're doing what we can to treat the wounded.
I don't know if it's just like the beginning of the game or they released a patch or something, but the sound in the game sounds a lot better than before. Like last night and the other nights that I played this, the sound was very inconsistent. Like sometimes their voices sounded fine and then other times it was really quiet.
If those horses touch the air off his head, I'll kill them all myself.
Oh really? How come you're not over there now then? Alright, I see an item over here. We're gonna have to kill some stuff though.
Look. Up ahead.
Martha? That was quick.
Are you hurt?
Don't worry about me. It's them at the Abbey who need you. You have to do something.
Tell us what happened.
What happened? The damn Black Shields, that's what happened.
The Black Shields?
The bastards caught wind. The abbot and I were helping bearers. They were gonna hang us both. When the sick rose from their beds, poor souls turned on the Imperials. Distracted them long enough for me to get away.
Then...
So you're just sitting out here in the open?
Martha, do you think you can make it back to the inn? Cole is there with the other curse breakers.
I think so. Thank you, Clive.
Black Shields. Is this some sort of twisted joke? There has only ever been one Order of Shields in Rosaria, and they fought to defend all her citizens.
It seems a step too far, even for the Empire.
Yeah, Black Shields is new. Gladamon Abbey, a clutch of humble stone buildings perched above Sorrowwise Bay in the imperial province of Rosaria, right? That's how they pronounce it. Southeastern lowlands. The abbey was built in order to propagate the Gregorian faith after the Duchy of Rosaria was made part of the Holy Empire of Sambrec, and as such is one of the rare examples of imperial architecture in the region. Oh, so Rosaria was part of the Empire? I didn't realize that. Cole, second in command of the Cursebreakers, who assists with the coordination of their troops' bear liberating activities under the supervision of his captain, Doris, formerly a slave soldier for the Fist of the Republic before being freed and taken in by those he now calls his brothers and sisters in arms. Okay, so if you look at his face, they removed his brand there too, but like it's still, I mean, it's still pretty obvious that they had one. I mean, I guess you wouldn't see it unless you were up close. But now that they removed the brand and they have a scar there, I mean, I think they could cover it up with makeup. Surely they have makeup in this world.
Get him. Get him.
big fan of the thunder icon ability. So what it does is you target up to 9 enemies and then you just hit them all at once with a lightning bolt. But it's not terribly useful. Alright, pretty tough for a level 19. 40 ability points though, that's pretty good for only one enemy. Hi Rebecca, hey Seeing, how are you? Thank you for coming in. How's your day been? See, I only got 24 ability points from those guys, and there were a lot of them. So to get 40 ability points from one enemy, that's really good. And at the rate that I'm earning ability points, it really shouldn't be that difficult to level up my, or master my, I mean, it is leveling up, but also mastering my limit break. And then I can focus on my other abilities.
Over here. Get him.
Good to hear. Did you do anything interesting today? "24 ability points from those guys too, but there were less of them than before."
Get him.
Are we too late?
There might still be someone inside.
Yeah, Jill is like very negative. Like, we don't know. Yeah, I guess we are. But still, she didn't know. Also, Jill, like, she just like hasn't offered anything useful.
I thought you lot were all spent.
Murderers. They drove the bearers to this.
Wait. These two aren't turned.
That bitch of an innkeeper must have sent them. Colluding with the enemies of the Empire is a serious offense.
And for their crimes shall they be punished. Such is the law. To dwell in darkness that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these our swords we swear.
How dare you speak those words? Have you no honor?
Clive.
This won't take long.
Oh, so I guess that's something the Shields of Rosaria used to say. I mean, I'm sure they said it before in the game, I just don't remember. Oh, we've had a lot happen in this game. Can't be expected to remember everything. Well, Clive was right. That didn't take long. And they only gave me 20 ability points.
Is that all of them?
I think so.
I think you would know if that wasn't all of them. What's that green thing? What is this? So it goes experience, ability points, gil, and I don't know what that is. Breath of the Wind. Reduces gouge cooldown time by 3 seconds. I mean, it's already a pretty quick cooldown time.
He may still be alive.
Found her.
The abbot.
The bearers died protecting him, calling upon what little magic they had left in their bodies.
Clive. He's breathing.
We're friends of Martha. We're here to help.
Are the Imperials dead?
They sure are.
Every last one.
If only that were true. The Black Shields will return. The cullings will continue. Rosaria will never be saved unless we save her.
Well, he said Rosaria.
Tell Martha to beg Sid's aid and tell her this wasn't her fault.
I shall.
Sid, where are you?
Okay, there goes my mic.
In here.
Sometimes my mic cord gets stuck and the mic doesn't register. Okay, so some people say Rosaria, other people say Rosaria. I guess it depends on their accent. So everybody died. Even the one guy we found alive still died.
We've laid the abbot to rest, but the bearers, they didn't need to die like this.
No, they didn't. But it was their choice. They knew the fate that awaited them and chose to meet it on their terms, fighting for those who fought for them.
Martha said they rose from their beds, threw themselves at the Imperials so she and the abbot could escape.
I've gathered the bearers' remains. We should consign them to the tide.
There's a drawbridge not far from here. Radix jump. The currents there are swift. If the abbot was still with us, he'd have taken the dust there himself and performed the casting. I'll get someone to...
I'll do it.
Of course. Cole and I will remain here and see to the Imperials.
Mortal remains.
The fork to the drawbridge is back the way we came. It's where the abbot would have gone himself, had he not.
When one finally succumbs to the crystal's curse, the last remaining ether held within one's body is finally released, causing the lithified flesh to crumble and create the dust synonymous with a bearer's passing. So it's like you have, because I always get, whenever I get a main quest, I always get two quests really. I always get like one, I guess like one major goal and then one minor goal. So perform the casting and return to Martha's Rest, but then the sub goal is like get to this place where you're supposed to perform the casting. Okay, how do I get over there? Oh, I have to go all the way around. What's that thing? Ahriman, rank C. Okay. Yeah, those have been in Final Fantasies before. Notorious marks. Every now and then, Clive may encounter creatures larger, faster, and more ferocious than most. While flight is always an option, defeating these notorious marks can earn him not only renown, but also rare materials that may be used to craft new gear or upgrade existing items. Oh, okay, okay.
What am I saying? Of course it has. It's a floating eyeball.
Wait, what? What did he say? I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so yeah, they have an insta-death. Really? They start me all the way back here?
Try not to move. You'll only make it worse. I know.
Well, actually, I guess if I go this way...
Your attention, not me.
Well, I can, yeah. If I go this way, it's shorter.
They've killed my parents.
They called themselves our country.
Look sharp.
Okay, so I guess when the Ahriman casts Doom, I have to stay out of that circle.
Thank you, Founder.
Alright, well, it is difficult, but I don't want to just run from it because it seems pretty... This seems doable.
It's us or them. This one. Get him. Get him. Nice try. This one.
Okay, that Doom is really annoying.
Over here. Get him.
And he's like he's like constantly casting it.
This one. This one. Get him. Over here. Get him. Too slow. This one. Four.
All right, see, it was doable.
You didn't see that coming.
No, because he's a giant eyeball.
That must be the bridge. So shall the waters cleanse thee of thy burden, and bear it out to sea.
And now they are truly free.
I hope so. What of the Imperials?
A pyre was made. It's more than they deserve. We should go back. Cole is worried about Martha.
All right.
Well, isn't Cole back at Martha's Rest? So if she made it back.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon.
Oh, there she is. She made it back.
No one survived then.
We did.
I'm sorry. Before he passed, one of them bade me tell you not to blame yourself.
Doesn't mean I won't. Doesn't mean their blood's not on my hands. Cole said you cast their remains. That was good of you. But it should have been me. This was all my fault.
How? You couldn't have known.
But I did. And I turned a deaf ear to the warnings like the fool I am. The rumors started moons ago. Of black-clad devils descending on villages in the dead of night to slit the throats of sleeping bearers. But I assumed it was all just nonsense concocted by the Empire. Nothing but a ghost story meant to make folk think twice about lending a hand to a fugitive bearer.
And in ordinary times you would have been right. What these Black Shields are doing is unthinkable. Which begs the question, why do it at all? My mother obviously has a hand in this. I cannot make sense of her actions.
And picking what goes on in that woman's head is a job for someone with more time on their hands. Right now, I need swords and men to wield them, preferably big ones. If those Imperials think they can come in here again and threaten my people, they're in for a rude awakening. Oh, before I forget, a Stolas from
I'm gonna do a
Oxford
chair
landed
check.
before you arrived. He asked me to tell you that Gav has returned.
Then we must as well. Will you be all right here, Martha?
We can stay longer if you wish.
What?
No
We don't have time for that.
I'll be ready should the Imperials come calling. Though I wouldn't turn my nose up if you were to lend me a pair of them strapping young curse breakers. Those poor souls died to give me a chance to save others. I won't let their sacrifice be in vain.
We'll return to the hideaway as soon as we've finished our administrations.
Administrations.
Try not to move.
Oi! You handy with that sword of yours?
Yeah.
You are. Bet you're a bloody marvel with the thing. Now, question is, are you willing to use it or not? Because a flock of noble chocobos are in need of help.
Oh, chocobos? Yeah. Let's do it. I love chocobos.
You heard me right? Wild birds? Hmm? The big ones? And not just any chocobos at that. Whiteheart and her flock are the bravest birds you ever did see. They protect travellers round these parts from bandits and the like.
Chocobos. Fighting bandits.
It's true. Why, they saved me from a gang of footpads only yesterday. Nasty lot they were too. And now, they're back, looking to settle the score. Well, go on then. Don't just stand there. Go and help them.
All right.
There's a good lad.
Fight alongside some chocobos?
I saw him cut across.
This seems
the
like a
way
great
over
side
yonder.
quest.
The rotten scoundrels were driving the poor things towards the old dock. It's a dead end, that is. You save Whiteheart and her flock, you hear me? There ain't a pluckier bird in all the world. She's a hero to us locals. And don't worry, you'll know her when you see her right enough.
I'm sure I will.
And good luck to you. And give those no-good bastards a hiding from me.
The White-Winged Wonder.
Whiteheart is the pride of Rosaria. You mustn't let those bastards lay a finger on that noble bird. Find her and her flock. Make sure they're all right.
Oh, level 26 now.
Whiteheart. That's quite a name for a chocobo.
Well, she sounds like quite a chocobo. I like the chocobo, but they're pronouncing it chocobo. But I don't know, like, most people in this game have an accent. So I'm not sure if it's their accent or if it's actually pronounced chocobo.
A white feather. I thought Ambrosia was one of a kind.
Oh, his old chocobo.
You brave birds.
So I guess white chocobos aren't very common.
Looks like they went that way.
I didn't realize that. So Ambrosia was his chocobo at Phoenix Gate that saved his life in the flashback. White chocobo pinion. A pristine plume, possibly plucked from the plump posterior of a bandit bucking bow, known to the provincials as Whiteheart. Bandit bucking bow.
Time to fight.
Solid attack, huh? Alright, so you don't even have to follow the tracks because it just tells you where to go. This is something I noticed in the quests in this game. It just tells you where to go. Like, you never have to figure out anything yourself. It'll just tell you where to go.
Without a fight.
Even when the quest is like, oh, go find this specific thing, or go find this person, or chocobo, or whatever. You don't need to figure it out yourself. It just tells you.
They're in trouble.
Tells you exactly where to go, exactly where to find the items.
We got you cornered, Feathers. You didn't think you'd seen the last of us, did you? You've been bad for business. But I reckon someone will pay good coin to mount your head on their wall.
Not around here, they won't.
Oh. And why's that, eh?
Because she's something of a hero in these parts. You hurt her, and I hurt you.
Piss off. Or better still, how about we hurt you both?
All right then. But don't say I didn't warn you.
I like that Clive is pretty, like, he's very, like, confident. He's a very, like, cocky, confident guy. Most Final Fantasy protagonists are pretty, like, insecure. But also, I have noticed also that the protagonists are getting older. So they're getting more mature. The stories are, like, this story, I've been talking about this a lot, but this story is like, this Final Fantasy is way more dark and violent than I have been expecting. Much more sexual innuendos than I'm used to, and lots of bad language. Very unusual for a Final Fantasy game. And this game is rated M, which I don't think I've ever seen a Final Fantasy that's been rated M. But Clive is an older protagonist. So I feel like they're starting to target an older demographic. Because I think these days people want more mature stories. Like, gamers are getting older. A lot of younger gamers seem to just stick to like one game, like Fortnite or Valorant or something. I feel like a lot of, at least when they're streaming stuff, I feel like a lot of younger gamers don't really play like a lot of story heavy games. It's just like shooters. Or like Among Us. Just something that's not like a story-based game.
You're safe now. White Hart, I presume.
Aw, Queh.
Do you know her, boy?
What? They know each other?
That scar. It couldn't be.
What? Oh my god, that's Ambrosia?
Ambrosia. It is you.
Aw.
Survived.
She's got some chicks.
Flock.
So I guess she is one of a kind.
Oi!
So in older Final Fantasy games, when
I thought I'd come and see how you were getting on. Oh, you sorted the bastards then. I knew you would.
okay, there's my mic.
Flock made it through unscathed.
Okay, so in older Final Fantasy games, when it was just text, chocobos would say Queh. That's how they would write it, is exactly in the caption. Queh.
Well, I'll be. I never stopped to think our hero here might once have been someone's mound. Though I dare say she'd suit a fine fellow like yourself.
Well, she already loves me.
Our feathered friend must have learned a thing or two from her master. Kind-hearted warrior that you are.
Yeah.
Bird like her would have cost a princely sum. You born a lord or something?
Something like that.
Oh no, sorry. I didn't mean to pry.
I guess nobody really knows who he was.
You done right by me.
What is it, girl?
She wants her master back, I reckon.
She's like, yeah.
Told you. And it seems her pals agree.
Is that it? You want to come with me?
Well, yeah, she loves you.
Well, bugger me if this ain't a heartwarming sight. The lads down the stables will be hearing about this tonight. Oh, stay right where you are.
Alright, I mean, I think the side quests have been really worth it so far. Like, I had no idea I would run into his old chocobo. I just assumed she died because it's been 18 years. I guess chocobos must live a long time. She got an eye patch. Oh, they saddled up the other chocobos too.
Doesn't she cut an handsome figure, eh?
She does indeed. How much do I owe you?
A few scraps of leather's the very least I owe old Whiteheart. Oh, I'll be sad to see her go, of course. But she's earned her right to happiness and more besides. Don't you worry, we'll get along just fine without her. You hear that, Whiteheart? You've earned yourself some time off. You have fun traveling with your master now. You seem awful familiar now I get a proper look at you. That's it. When those chocobos swarmed my car on the road, didn't you? No.
Oh.
No, that can't be right.
Yeah. I did that side quest too. That was one of the first side quests.
Oh, must have been, eh? Oh, that'll be the excitement getting to me. Silly sod that I am.
It's the same guy. I like that they did that. They're connecting
Best be on my way.
the side quests.
Good luck to the both of you.
I heard the side quests in this game were really bad, but I think they're great. Like, I don't usually like side quests.
You take care of your flock for now. I'll call you when I need you.
I think they've been really good at connecting the side quests back to the world and the story. So one of the very first side quests I did was there was this guy whose cart toppled over and some wild chocobos were like eating the stuff out of his cart. And I talked to him and he said, hey, I need to deliver something to Martha's Rest. Can you take it for me? Because my cart toppled over and these chocobos like won't leave. And it's the same guy. Ambrosia's Tack. Curiosity. A bespoke saddle and blinders worn by Clive's childhood chocobo Ambrosia. Ambrosia. Displayed in Clive's chambers. Oh, so this must go up on that wall of memories thing. Chocobo unlocked. Okay, this will be insanely helpful instead of just running around on foot all the time. After 18 long years, Clive has finally been reunited with his faithful steed. Hold R3 while in the field to summon Ambrosia and X to mount the chocobo. Yeah, so... Yeah, it has... Yeah, I was right. It has been 18 years. I mean, I did say that before, but I could always be wrong. So, But she must have already been... I mean, I don't know. Maybe she was young. Maybe she was a young chocobo at the time that Clive had her. But still, that's a lot... 18 years is a long lifespan for an animal. I mean, I guess certain animals live a long time, but not a lot. Like, that would be a really long time for, like, a horse, right? Which is pretty much the equivalent of chocobos in the real world. So for her to live 18 years, I'm gonna have to look up if there's lore of lifespans of a chocobo. Alright, so I'm gonna save. I haven't saved manually in a while. I know it auto-saves, but I always like to manually save. Alright, so I'm gonna take a break. I will be right back, and when we're back, we are going to try riding Ambrosia, because we haven't had a chocobo in this game so far. Alright, I will be right back. Bahamut, hello. Hello there, Rebecca, and how everybody, how's your day or night going? My night is going good. My day was also good. How was your day? What'd you do today? I just ran a bunch of errands. Did grocery shopping. That was about it. Just woke up from my nap. My dog is a good alarm clock. Oh yeah. I feel most dogs are good alarm clocks. My dog is sort of, but I mean, like, some dogs will, like, you know how some dogs will wake you up really early? My dog won't do that. Like, he'll just get up, like, whenever I get up, but, like, sometimes he'll come and, like, sniff at me when I'm lying in bed and, like, I haven't gotten up yet. But generally, he will not get up until I get up. Okay, how do I call a chocobo again? Chocobo... Okay, I can't see this. Because I got this Hello Kitty. Okay, look at... Oh, I also went to Hobby Lobby today, which, if you guys don't know what Hobby Lobby is, it's like an arts and crafts store. It's like a Michael's or like a Joann's. But I'm just saying this because where I'm from, back in Massachusetts, we don't have Hobby Lobby. But I only know what they are now that I live in Texas, but I did not know what a Hobby Lobby was. Anyway, so I was at Hobby Lobby today, and I got this super cute Hello Kitty bank. It's like a coin bank. So in the back, she's got like a little slot to put money in, but she's just decoration for my desk. But anyway, I set her like on the edge of my desk over here, by my monitor, but she's blocking the edge of my monitor, so I can't see. So, okay, Chocobo, R3. That's what I needed to see, so I had to move her. Okay, R3. Okay, there we go. There she is! When you ride alone, that was a trophy. Okay, gallop, hold, rein in. Oh, dismount is... Okay, Hello Kitty's blocking again. Hold R3. Okay. Can you attack on the chocobo? No. Wait, what is that? Okay, I can jump. Oh! Jill gets her own chocobo. I didn't even think about Jill. I guess that wasn't very nice of me. I guess whoever's in your party, they also get a chocobo. They just get a regular chocobo. I get the nice white chocobo. I wonder if you can catch other chocobos.
Thanks, girl.
Oh, so as soon as you dismount, she just leaves. Is Torgal drinking the water? Oh, he's digging at something. That's adorable. I love that they do that. Okay, we need to go back to the hideaway. Finish this quest up. Or I guess I don't know if this is the end of the quest. I mean, it might be though. These quests, honestly, these quests have been going pretty quick.
Gav should be back by now.
Speak with Gav, and I gotta check my room. It looks like some new stuff has shown up in my room. But we'll talk to Gav first since he's right here.
Ah, Clive! Oh, I've missed that scowl.
Where's my report?
What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
If it's kind words you're after, you're fishing in the wrong barrel. Now sit down, you fool.
So, you remember how quick the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's Head? And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first?
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek. Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
While the two nations beat their shields, the rest sharpen their daggers, ready to set upon the war-weary victor. They'll never see us coming.
Everyone's like, huh?
It's time we moved on the Mother Crystals.
Oh.
Four Mother Crystals remain in Storm and Ash. Drake's Breath near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia. Drake's Spine in Waloed. And Drake's Tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's Fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us, is that he loves his traps. There is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting us to go.
Drake's Breath.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Who's that then?
My uncle, Byron Rossfield.
What? What uncle?
Lord Byron Rossfield of the Seven High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities. Wait, Rossfield. And you're a Rossfield, of course.
My uncle's name gave him his start in the world, but it was his acumen which earned him his fortune. Along with a handsome fleet of ships.
Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for, eh? Huh?
Dude, we just came up with the plan. He's like, what are we waiting for? I mean, we just came up with the plan. We haven't even had time to put the plan into action. We're not waiting for anything. We just haven't had time. Otto's counter is now open. New facilities. The following hideaway facilities are now available. Alliant reports, the Patron's Whisper, the Hunt Board. All three are located near Otto in the Mess. I burn him myself out, run, fall asleep in hammock. I forgot to change up my equipment. That's how the dog got me woke. Your equipment? What equipment? And how was your run and your nap?
What are we waiting for, indeed?
But yeah, dogs are pretty good at reminding you to do stuff. Like, they're very, like, you know, dogs... Most dogs, anyway, unless they were a more recent breed, all dogs were bred to do a job.
Welcome back, Sid.
Okay, last time I wasted 10,000 gil buying a round for the entire bar and then buying a drink. 500 gil buying a drink, and it didn't really do anything. I didn't even get a trophy. It just didn't do anything. So I just wasted 10,000 gil and plus 500 gil.
Coin purse weighing you down.
Okay, I know I got some stuff I could sell. Gilbug.
I reckon I can find a buyer.
And Black Blood. She hasn't gotten anything new in like a really long time.
Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Those men didn't hurt Martha, did they?
I think it's all right to talk.
Well, she did get hurt, but she survived.
I got ya. What do you want?
That it? Fine.
All right. See a side quest. Okay, so yes, to finish my thought from before, yeah, unless it's like a recent breed, all dogs are bred to do a job. So like every dog needs a job. And if they're not given a job, they'll just like create a job for themselves. So they're very good at like telling you what to do if they don't think you're getting the job done.
Won't be long now, Martel. See, I was hoping to speak to you.
Is everything all right?
Oh, yeah, it's just, well, as you know, we've been trying to grow fruit down here.
It's good to know that something of the old hideaway still lives on.
Martel's pride and joy. It was a sapling when she rescued it from the rubble, but look at it now. All our hard work's finally paying off. I took it on, you see, after she died, and now the fruit's finally ready to eat. And not only is it ready, it's actually tasty. Sweet as you like, in fact. She bred the bitter right out of it.
He's still got his brand.
And welcome news to more than a few, I'd say.
I thought this first harvest could go to the curse breakers, on account of all they do for the hideaway. You couldn't take them some, could you? Seems better them coming from you.
It'll be nice being the bearer of good news for a change.
Oh, thank you.
Seems like something Clive would want to do.
And once they've had their share, I'll see to it that everyone else gets some. Here you go. Martel apples, they're called, in honor of her memory. You hear that, Martel? Today's finally the day.
Aw. Wait, so was that the girl in the old hideaway that I helped? I thought she was somewhere else around here. But there was in the old hideaway when they were trying to grow something, the botanist there had sent a girl out to get some soil and she hadn't come back, and he was like, "Oh, I'm worried about her." And he sent Clive to go look for her, and Clive found her cornered by some monsters and he had to save her. But then it turned out that the botanist really didn't care about her at all. Like, he got really mad when she came back without the soil.
You come through the forest.
And Clive was the one that gathered all the soil. But then, like, the girl explained, like, oh, what? Like, you thought he was worried about me? He doesn't care. He doesn't care about me. He only cares about his experiments with the plants. So it turned out that he was, like, not a good guy. But she was the one that was saying, oh, we're trying to grow fruit here, and once we actually grow something that's worth eating, then you can have some. So that's why I'm wondering if it's that girl that died. Let's check out this first.
Oh, Clive. Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
Oh, she calls me Clive, not Sid.
Does that mean someone else is taking care of our friend's donations?
Oh, no. That's still me. It's just Karen has her toll, Blackthorn has his hammer. I thought a new name might liven things up. I still catalogue every item that arrives, in addition to setting aside those tokens of appreciation the sender has specified are to be presented to you personally. Would you like to see if we have any?
Ask about Desiree.
Business is busy.
On top of my regular duties here at the Whisper, Otto has piled countless other tasks, from transcribing and sorting Stola's reports to penning needful missives. Not that I'm complaining, mind. I enjoy writing. I have ever since I learned my letters from Jara back in the old hideaway. I won't claim to have been his best student, though. That honor goes to Shirley.
Still.
I like to think Jara would be proud of me too, were he with us today. I'm sure he would be. I mean, just because you're not the best doesn't mean he wouldn't have been proud of you. Ask about the past 5 years.
Words are immortal.
They live on in others, and if the words are your own, so too will you. Do you know who told me that? It was Jara, in our last lesson before Titan came. It stayed with me ever since his passing, and inspired me to become what I am today. I imagine we survivors all have a story like that, of someone who remains with us, even though they're gone.
Your benefactors are a generous lot.
The Patron's Whisper. Completing side quests will earn Clive renown, inspiring nameless benefactors from across the Twins to donate money or items to Clive's cause. Visit Desiree at the Patron's Whisper in the Hideaway's mess to view current renown level and accept any donations available. Wow, now I get just random donations. I honestly, I swear, this game makes it so easy for you. Now I'm just, I just, oh, it's renowned. That's what the green thing is. That's the green symbol. I was wondering what that green thing is when all my quest rewards show up. It goes experience, ability points, skill, and then this green symbol, and I didn't know what it was. It's renown. Talk of the tea house. Your merry band of outlaws and its dashing deeds of daring do are all the talk amongst the ladies of the court. We have gathered together several items of worth that you might continue your gallantry. Heartstruck Dowager. They can give me ability points? Ability points?
They're yours.
400 ability points? That's crazy. Respect. Our order is one built on pride, but that does not mean we are too proud to give thanks where thanks is due. We may have failed Martha once, but never again. The Blood Axes.
You earned this.
I need to get a renown rating of 85. 185 for these. Okay.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Jesus, 400 ability points. Almost enough to master the limit break.
How are you doing?
Ask about goat.
Oh, same old.
Same old in it. Otto's got me reading through the reports coming in from our allies and picking out what problems need dealing with now and what can be saved for later. It was still early days back at in the old place, so I could just about handle the job myself. State of the world now, though. I need Dee's help to sift through it all. And that's just the sifting. Actually, solving any of these problems is a whole other headache. The curse breakers take the urgent stuff, but we're still stuck waiting for volunteers to handle the rest.
So,
If you ever find yourself at a loose end, well, you know where to find me. Ask about the past 5 years. So much has happened since that night. Feels like a lifetime ago. But we'll never forget those who didn't make it. Kenneth, Martel, they're still with us in our hearts.
And Sid?
When I found out he was gone, I thought that was it for us.
He's still with us too.
With us and in you. You took his name and gave us hope when we had none. So I suppose what I'm trying to say is, don't be a stranger, eh? A hideaway ain't nothing without its Sid.
Anything catch your eye?
No available quests, no available quests.
Seen enough?
Clive, there you are, Kupo. I've been looking all over for you.
What's the matter, Nectar?
The matter is this, Kupo.
The hunt board. It's where the curse breakers post sightings of particularly fearsome beasts.
Ooh, this should be fun.
That might pose a threat to our operations if they were left to roam free. Just because they can't be dealt with when they're spotted, doesn't mean they can't be dealt with later. Was that what you wanted to know?
Of course not, Kupo. I knew all that already. Oh, okay. Excuse me. And that's why I need your help, as I need not remind you, Kupo, I am the mightiest of all the Muggles. No fiend of the forest or ghoul of the greensward can... Ugh. They don't give me enough time. So I need you to slay them all, Kupo.
Right. Well, leaving your mightiness aside for the moment, the people of Valisthea are going through a lot already. What with the Blight and the war. The last thing they need is ungodly fiends terrorizing them on top of everything else. So if the curse breakers are too busy to help,
yes,
perhaps I can.
We get to go fight some big monsters. Oh, thank you, Kupo. It's so good to have found someone who understands me, Kupo. I'll stay here then and keep an eye on all the billets that get posted on the board. So if there's anything you need to know, Kupo, ask about hunts. The curse breakers don't just... Okay, at least this one will give me time because I press X when I'm ready to go to the next line. The curse breakers don't just tack up any old rumors to this board, you know. They take great pains to verify every little detail, Kupo. So don't you go letting all of their hard work go to waste, Kupo. Don't you let me, I mean them, down. So, for some reason, Clive speaks Moogle. Ask about the hunt board. It's precisely what you see before you, Kupo. The Cursebreakers note down the details of any particularly dangerous monsters they hear about or encounter in the course of their duties, Kupo. And post the billets here, Kupo, so that any stout soul who wishes to do the realm a service might set out to slaughter an ungodly horror or two, which is where you come in, Kupo. As for me, I have the most important duty of all, painting a big red cross over each and every one you cut down, Kupo, so that everyone can sleep at night knowing that the realm is a safer place. Well, it looks like I already took out a few. There's already some red X's. Oh, that's not what I wanted to... Ask about Nectar's adventures. Did I ever tell you about the time I visited the Great Continent, Kupo?
I don't think so.
Of course I didn't, because I've never been, Kupo. Look at these wings. Do they look like the sort that might carry a Moogle across countless leagues of open sea? They call me Nectar the Bold, not Nectar the Stupid, Kupo. Okay. Did you see that the Cursebreakers give every billet a rank of riskiness, Kupo? From this thing could kill you in a single swipe to a 7-nation army couldn't scratch this thing's skin. I'm sure you'll be fine, Kupo. Well, not sure, but that's one risk I'm willing to take. Yeah, of course you're willing to take it if I'm going out there and trying to kill them. Why does this not, Oh, this is new. So if the place name doesn't tingle your pom-pom, Kupo, try reading the witness's statement. Sometimes there are other details in them that might help you track the nasties down and finish them off. Okay, now there's a check mark. Okay, I see. So there's only a check mark that appears if you've exhausted all the dialogue, it appears. View the hunt board. The hunt board. Reports of fiends terrorizing the countryside are posted to the hunt board in hopes that fearless heroes such as Clive will take it upon themselves to hunt down and slay the notorious marks. A member of the Blood Axis stationed at Martha's Rest reported he had been set upon in the marshes by an otherworldly horror with a single staring eye. It flew at him on bony bat's wings, scratching at him with claws black as night and sharp as razors. Naturally, he fled in terror, but if a battle-hardened Blood Axe cannot cope with the mere sight of a creature, what hope do the rest of us have? The Angel of Death. A trader coming by the way of Kaer Norvent met with a troop of Cursebreakers traveling in the opposite direction and warned them of a wicked winged harpy on the road ahead, his eyes wild and flickering. Though the Cursebreakers saw nothing untoward on their own journey through their pass, the sound of cackling laughter from the trees ensured that they kept up a brisk pace. Belphegor. Reports have been received of a wild avis of striking size making its nest atop the hill adjacent to Eastpool. Though all efforts are being made not to rouse the beast's ire, it is surely but a matter of time before it needs to feed. I hereby petition any brave volunteers to march to the northern border, that we might cut the fiend down before it makes trenchers of the nearby village. The Broken Hilt Rosaria, Clairview, Sanbreck. Is there a way to, mark these?
Without a ship to carry you there, Drake's breath might as well be on the moon.
So Martha's all right.
Yep.
You two look like you could use something to eat. Here. Courtesy of Martel.
Martel. Now, where have I heard that name before?
Weren't she the girl from the Furrows?
Course she was. An odd sort, that one. Loved plants more than people.
Aye, and brave as a bane might. Remember when she ran back into the hideaway to collect them trees when Titan attacked? Wait.
These aren't those apples, are they? Well, I'll be. She'd have been proud, and rightly so. Thank you, Sid.
A gift from the backyard. For your service.
Blimey, these take.
Those are very long
I
apples.
haven't seen a hideaway apple since. Old Sid was the only one who could stomach the things. He'd nab 'em right from the branch, made Martel livid. Not that anyone could stay mad at the man for long.
That sounds like the Sid I knew, all right.
Planning on keeping that lot to yourselves, were you? Hang on. These aren't Martels, are they? I'm glad to see someone carried on what she started. Can't have been easy, not in the Deadlands. Reckon she'd be happy knowing all her hard work didn't go to waste. Clive, tell the lad down in the backyard to run some over for me, will you?
Not so much as a thank you. Well, I've got some manners at least. Thanks, Sid. You can leave the basket with me. I'll see that the others get their share. Oh, and give our compliments to the gardener, won't you?
That was the last of the apples. I should head to the backyard and pass along everyone's regards.
So, is there no way to track the bounty board? Or the hunt board? Alright, I'm just gonna write these down in my phone then. The Angel of Death. Rank C. Angel of Death. Clairview. Sandbrook. Belphegor. Broken Hilt. Rosaria. Okay, so I don't know why I can't, like, track them. Mark rank. Yeah. I can't even, like, put them in my, like, in my log or anything. Seems kind of silly.
That room's as ragged as goat's locks.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop at Clive's room. Look at the memory wall. Oh my god, there's Torgal!
I don't know. You go first.
Oh, he's a good boy. I bet he's good with kids. He's just standing guard outside Clive's room. That's adorable. I gotta check the reading desk too. Okay, so there's that owl thing. Oh, it's moving. Okay. Before it was like super still. It was like a robot. I was like, is this thing alive? Oh, I guess, oh, wait a minute. There's the saddle. How do I go to it? There we go. Ambrosia's tack. A saddle of gliders crafted specifically for Clive's childhood chocobo, Ambrosia. Even after being separated from her master, the noble steed served the people of Rosaria in his stead, protecting the defenseless from the merciless just as a good shield should. That's crazy. That's a really smart chocobo. They are not usually that smart. Bird by any other name. Forgive my insistence on writing you these silly letters. Would that we had more time to speak to each other in person, but for every day we spend together, it feels as though we must suffer another two apart. I'm glad to hear of your most unexpected reunion with Ambrosia, or should I say Whiteheart. You told me once how your chocobo sacrificed herself to protect you that night at Phoenix Gate. And here, so many years later, we find she has spent her life doing that exact same thing, defending others. Some things never change, do they, Clive? Jill. Why did you have to write me a letter for that? Oh, that's a letter from Gav. Okay, so I only got one new letter. Seems kind of weird that Jill is like writing me letters when we're like in constant contact. Like she could have just told me that stuff. She didn't have to write me a letter. Okay, so I gotta go this way and then downstairs. Okay, I'm going to learn my way around here soon enough, I expect. I mean, I'm sure I'm gonna spend a lot of time here. But this is still, I mean, I'm still not that far into the game. I mean, okay, I wonder if this tracks your hours. Save. No, it doesn't tell, well, at least this doesn't tell me the hours. Hey Rebecca, how are you doing tonight? Hey Nola boy, I'm doing good. How are you? Thanks for coming in. How's your day been? Okay, so hold on. Real quick, I'm gonna look up if there's a way. I'm gonna look up if there is a way to see how many hours you've played in this game. Okay, so the game doesn't track, I guess, but PlayStation does, I guess. Okay, well, we'll look into that later. Okay, right now let's go finish this side quest. Hi all, how's the game been so far? Hey Autumn! It's been fun, it's been really good. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's like the best game I've ever played, but it's really fun. How are you tonight, Autumn?
Thanks. And their compliments. They were clearly very fond of Martel.
They remembered her. After all these years. I suppose she was very kind, even to a tongue-tied lummox like me. You were one of the good ones, Martel. Why did you have to die?
Aw.
She put everything into her work. She wasn't going to rest until we had fruit sweet enough to enjoy. And now we do. When she died, I named a sapling after her. And now it's a full-grown tree. Martel lives on through the fruit it bears.
And through you. Her dream would have died with her, had you not kept it alive. That's something to be proud of.
I didn't do anything really, but thank you. You're kinder to me than I deserve.
By the way, Otto's expecting some of your crop. And I wouldn't mind some of it either, if that's not too much to ask.
Of course not. I'll see that you're both well provided for. They like your fruit, Martel. Isn't that wonderful? I'd say it's about time we planted you some siblings, don't you think?
Got 10 renown for that. Martel apples. A basket of slightly stunted, somewhat sweet apples grown from the blighted earth thanks to the dedication and perseverance of one woman, Martel. May she rest in peace. Still, we'll grow something worth eating one of these days, and when we do, you'll have first pick. Martel. Oh, okay, yeah, that is the girl that I was just talking about. I didn't realize she died. I thought there was a girl here that was her, but I guess she died. Yeah, she's the one that I saved when that botanist sent her out to get the soil. And she got cornered by monsters and I had to go save her. But then it turns out the botanist really didn't care about her. He just wanted the soil. And he got mad at her when she didn't bring the soil back. And Clive had to go get the soil. I'm good, thanks for asking. Good to hear. How's your day, Nola boy? I'm well, good to hear. This game is so great, but FF15 was a lot more lively. FF15 was definitely... Well, I don't know. I feel like FF15 was like had the same aesthetic, but FF15, I think the world was definitely more open. Like I can't really go out into the world. Like I can go to different areas and explore those areas, but I can't really go. I can't just like go from one area to the other. I like have to fast travel. I can't just like walk my way through to a different area. Journey to Hawk's Cry Cliff. Oh, I can't go anywhere else right now. Okay, but so, for example, if I travel to Orabel Downs... Well, I guess I could walk my way over to Lost Wing. But then I'd have to, like... I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, they only let me explore, like, little areas. Like, I can't explore, like, this giant area, like, right in between here. Like, they only let me fast travel to certain points. Hawk's Cry Cliff. From these heathered highlands, one might catch a glimpse of Rosalith Castle and everything else in between. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is that this game is definitely, at this point, it seems more linear than FF15. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, not every game has to be open world. It's definitely a different kind of Final Fantasy.
He didn't seem pleased.
I needed his eyes and nose in Dhalmekia. I'm not about to let Kupka take us unawares. Besides, he has a knack for that sort of thing.
That he does.
And wasn't it Sid who said that matters such as these are best left to dominance? Especially should one of his beloved opportunities to grow and change present itself.
Oh, Torgal saw something.
I always knew that I would return one day. Return to Ironhome.
For what?
After learning the truth, you were given the chance to face your past. If I am to continue at your side, I must do the same.
We will face it together then.
To the end.
Come on.
So it seems kind of weird that if we know that Joshua is alive, it seems kind of weird that we haven't been trying to find him for the last 5 years.
Extends. Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Martha's Rest?
More than likely. Which is why we should hurry. There are still many settlements between here and Port Isolde. We visit as many as we can and hear their stories. Starting with the village of Amber.
So I didn't think it was actually Clive that was Ifrit and killed Joshua, or quote unquote kill Joshua, because it turns out he actually survived. But I guess that is true, that he is the one that attacked Joshua as the Phoenix. Although I still don't understand why that happened.
This one.
But we saw Joshua at the Mother Crystal at Drake's Head. But then the game was just like, oh, 5 years later. But I'm like, okay, but they don't seem to be concerned about Joshua right now. Like, they haven't been, like, Clive hasn't been trying to find him for the past 5 years. Like, because he found out he was alive. I don't know, it just seems kind of weird. Okay, also, for those that have just come in, I got a chocobo. So this is actually the chocobo that Clive had in the flashback of Phoenix Gate.
We're not alone.
Can I attack with the chocobo? Oh, she can attack. She can't do very much damage, but she can attack. All right. Gotta let you go. Wait, no, don't go home. We still need her. boy, Nola boy, what'd you do?
To me, Blade! Go to him! It's attack!
Okay, this isn't too far, so I guess I'll just go without the chocobo. Ooh, there's some items over here though. Nothing. All right. Well, sometimes if you put like a period and then you don't put a space after the period, sometimes Streamlabs will think it's a link.
Over here!
I've gotten some people that have gotten like so pissed because they didn't put a space after they put a period and Streamlabs thought it was a link. And I've had some people get like really upset about it, and I'm like, well, it's just an automated like thing with Streamlabs, like just prevents links from being posted. Oh, now this chocobo's attacking me? Okay, sorry about that. That's okay. I mean, the not posting links, most streamers have that activated, and it's just to prevent people from self-promoting. Because, I mean, I don't know if you guys know, but like people will shamelessly self-promote. Like they do not care. Like they will use people constantly just to try to get ahead. Because everybody wants to be one of these like big streamers that gets these like exclusive contracts, and all they have to do is go live and they get a whole bunch of money donated and subs or memberships and all that stuff. So people are so desperate to be one of those streamers that they will like do anything. Like they will self-promote, they will like use people for raids and views and subs and memberships. I saw most of it. It seemed okay. I mean, I'm sure most people, especially, you know, people that come in here regularly, I'm sure it's fine, but it's just to prevent other people from trying to self-promote in here. The used car salesman of the world, I know, right? That's a great way to put it. Yeah, you just like... the way that the streaming community presents themselves, like, you really don't know until you actually try to start streaming. Because everybody makes it seem like everybody's like so welcoming and the streaming community is so great, and like people will just lie about how they grew their channel. Like people will literally be like, oh, I don't know why anybody came in. Like I just went live and people just came to me. I didn't even do anything. I just went live and played some games and people just gave me money. But like in reality, they actually did a lot of stuff to grow their channel. But they kind of just want to be like, oh, I was just a regular person. I was just a regular person just like you. Because they just want to make it seem like they're more relatable. But I mean, I don't think anybody could ever say that I'm just like a regular person.
Get him. This
I've heard of strange negotiations behind the scenes between creators. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like there's a lot of like, and it happens especially in streaming. There's a lot of like pretending that you're just like a regular person just to like make it, I think they just want to make it seem like they're more relatable to their viewers so that they get more donations and followers and all that stuff. Or they're just like, oh, this is also a very common one, is people are like, oh, I just got lucky. People will be like, I just got lucky. I just like happen to get lucky and find a great community that's really supports me, and people just donate money to me and I don't even know why. I'm just so lucky that I found a community that supports me. A lot of them are young and naive, but slap full of ambition with no negotiation skills. Yeah, that's another thing, is like, it's really hard to know what to like charge. Like if you ever do get a sponsorship, it's really hard to know what to charge, because generally creators are just like doing this on their own. Like we don't know what we should be charging brands for like a video. And brands will take advantage.
Mockery of justice is what it is. Lord Elwyn would never have stood for this.
Quiet, you! I think we're loyalists.
Jill, look.
Rosaria must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her, that she might rise once again from the ashes to welcome a new dawn. 'Twould be a pity to make examples of you all for the transgressions of but a handful.
Of course, your lordship. You shall have our full cooperation.
What business could the Black Shields have in a village this small? There's barely room to hide a bearer.
Then they must be here for something else.
You fancy dancing a gallows jig like the miller's son?
All right, I heard you the first time.
Oh, here's another thing that people say a lot is like, oh, I'm just doing it for fun. I don't care if I don't make any money. But then most people are trying to become full-time creators. Like that doesn't really track. I mean, I don't think you should go in with like false expectations. Like I don't think you should go in as a streamer or creator with the expectation that you're gonna like start making money right away. But if you want to be a full-time content creator, but then you're like, oh, I'm just doing it for fun and I'm not in it for money. But I mean, that doesn't track. I mean, everybody wants their viewers to think of themselves as like a streamer that's just like cares about their community and they don't care about money, and like they're you know, they're not going to do stuff just for the money. They're not going to take the sponsorships just for the money. I mean, you can still do all that, but like you still have to make money. Like it's still a job. Like you still have to earn money somehow. But there's a lot of stuff in between, like, oh, I'm just doing it for fun, and taking anything that comes your way for money. There's a lot of stuff in between that. Like, it doesn't have to be one nor the other.
Welcome, stranger. There you are.
I have a lot of gills, so I guess I could buy a couple of elixirs.
Much obliged. I reckon that's fair. I'll find it a good home.
I have 510 bloody hides. And 559 magic ash. Wow, I have a lot of these crafting materials. But I haven't been able to craft anything. That's why I have so much of those. I haven't been able to craft anything with those.
Excuse me, but what was all that about earlier?
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There have been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen. They even say a Black Shield was murdered. The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire wants, Empire gets.
Don't they just?
Keep your ears open, eh? The Black Shields will pay good coin for information on the culprits.
Oh, will they?
A sack of stones to think you could take on the Empire? What with their 100 full legions?
100? I heard it were 1,000.
We're going hunting for outlaws. How do you like that, boy?
So, except for Torgal, all the dogs look like this. Like, are you telling me you couldn't... Square Enix, a AAA game studio, you couldn't have made more than one model of a dog? I mean, well, we've got Torgal. Okay, so, but I guess, you know, he's unique. Like, there's not going to be another dog that looks like him. So, you couldn't make more than one generic model of a dog, because literally every single other dog in the game looks like this. Even in Zelda, like, all the dogs had the same body type, but they were at least different colors.
You seen him, didn't you?
I'm sorry.
The Black Shields. Just now. You seen them, didn't you? At least I think there was a Black Shields. Can't say I ever saw one before.
Was this the first time they visited the village?
What do you think? Amber's the arse end of nowhere. And they thought we might be harboring firebrands. Huh. If only we were. I might have turned them in and become a Black Shield myself.
You don't think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know. But we need to find out.
Probably. Okay, let's check our active time lore. We got some new entries. The Vice Regency. After the incorporation of Rosaria into the Empire, Emperor Sylvester elected not to rule the new province directly, but to make of it a Vice Regency with Rosalith as its provincial capital. The Black Shields. An order of knights instituted by Empress Annabella in one of her first acts as vicereine of the newly established imperial province of Rosaria. They are tasked with purging the impurities from the province, which in practice primarily involves slaying bearers upon the slightest pretext. So Annabella is Clive's mother, who is like a horrible person. Amber, a sleepy settlement nestled amongst the lofty peaks of southern Rosaria. Located far from the capital, its people survive by trading what produce they can coax from the stony soil and what little else they can gather from the surrounding hills. Okay, so this is a new thing for Final Fantasy, this active time lore, which is very, very interesting. This is a mechanic I don't think I've seen in a game before. So the active time lore, when you bring it up, it will give you these articles or entries, I guess, like lore entries like log entries, I guess, on what you're currently doing. So what I'm doing now is like I'm in Amber. So it gave me an entry on Amber. I'm dealing with the Black Shields. So it gave me an entry on the Black Shields. And then it gave me like a little history of the Vice Regency, which is like the area, the general area I'm in. And then I've read this article before, so it doesn't have a red dot, but it gives me also an article on the province of Rosaria, which is the kingdom I'm in now. So it's pretty cool that they do this active time lore thing. Like getting information in real time.
We are travelers.
I know that. What do you want?
We
Kinda
can't
rude.
help noticing those Imperial soldiers who were here earlier.
Don't you go telling these strangers a thing. I speak for the people of this village, and we have nothing more to say to you. You are to leave Amber and never come back.
May I at least ask why?
I don't know who you are or what brings you here, but your presence puts us all in grave danger. The Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift. But as long as we keep our heads down and pay our tributes, we are left alone. Some might call it submission. But if it will spare my people the Viceroy's wrath, then I will gladly submit. This village will not become another East Pool.
Then we shall be on our way. These people live with a knife to their throats. In the mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Obedience bought with fear.
Are you all right?
Sorry, It's nothing. We still don't know who the Black Shields are looking for.
Well, whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha, who else in Rosaria would have the courage to stand against the Empire? A new ally would certainly be welcome. Can we find them before the Imperials do? Perhaps the next village will yield more answers.
Perhaps.
You guys know who Rosamund Pike is? Because Jill reminds me of Rosamund Pike, but just with gray hair. Port Isolde. Okay, so we could... Well, I mean, we're already going towards this way, but we could, theoretically, we could backtrack and go this way. But we haven't been this way yet, which I'm sure we will encounter many enemies along the way.
This pass will take us through the mountains.
And directly into the path of whoever or whatever lurks here.
So this is Shallop Rock. Okay, so I had to write down the monsters and where they were on the hunt board because for some reason I can't like add it to my my quests. I can't it's weird that they don't have like, oh, accept the bounty or something and then you can track it. Clairview, Sandbreck, and Broken Hilt Rosaria. I don't know. People pronounce it both ways. Rosaria. Broken Hilt is all the way up here, so I'd have to go to Eastpool. Okay, well, I guess let's finish this. And then we'll do, I think, at least one of these monsters. Fallen Hunter.
Ever since the auditory, we've seen more and more of these echoes.
What do you think is waking them? The Mother Crystal's collapse?
I have an idea. You're not going to like it.
What are you barking at? I think, you know, Torgal will bark during combat. Just like randomly. I think it's kind of funny that they put that in there because, I mean, dogs do bark if you ever watch, I think I mentioned this before, but if you ever watch like a dog agility competition, those dogs bark a lot, and I think it's just like they're all hyped up on adrenaline. I think that's the reason why Torgal barks too during combat, because he's all amped up on adrenaline from combat. Oh, who are they? Black shields.
More of my mother's men.
What's up? What's up, bros? You wanna go?
Over here! This one.
I keep forgetting he could do that. Okay, so he can charge up his magic and he can charge up his attack. But I haven't used either of those since like the beginning of the game because I just forgot. But I mean, things are happening like so fast. Like whenever there's fast-paced combat like this, if there's ever like a charge attack of some kind, I generally don't use it because I'm like, okay, I don't like have time for that. Like I'm just trying to finish these enemies, you know? I am the Thunder. What did I get that for?
Get him. This one.
Oh, I have over 2,000 ability points now. So I can master my limit break. Okay, so that's done. So I think the next thing I'm gonna save up for is probably this thunder ability. $259. What do I use the most? That's gonna cost a lot. Okay, these more powerful abilities are gonna cost a lot to upgrade. What do I? Okay, so I think, well, I use oh, you can upgrade. Okay, Deadly Embrace is really good. I might upgrade that next. That won't cost too much. And Gouge I use a lot too. I also use Rising Flames a lot. Phoenix Shift. Oh, I've already got that mastered. Okay, yeah, so I think next I want to upgrade Deadly Embrace. And then after that, we're gonna save up for Judgment Bolt. Alright, what else do we got around here? Oh, what is that thing? What? Was that a treasure chest? And what was that? Fragrant satchel. Wait, what is this? A small sack stuffed full to bursting with an aromatic potpourri of citrus peel, flower petals, and sweet-smelling bark. A blend certain to secure an audience with the dame if Otto is to be believed. Curiosities. What does curiosities mean? Okay, I got something called the Bull's something. What was that? Oh, it was an accessory? Bull's horn braid. It was an accessory. The Minotaur is a stupid creature rushing blindly at any traveler who strays upon his territory. The traveler who strays upon a Minotaur's territory is a stupider creature still. An excerpt from the Valstean Pilgrim. Increases lunge damage by 5%. Doesn't seem terribly useful for my combat style. I'm not sure well, I don't know. I mean, so much stuff is happening. I don't know if I'm really lunging. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if I'm using the lunge ability. I mean, a lot of these are abilities that are just like, they're not abilities in the sense that I have to press like a different button for it. Okay, so upgrading the limit break, that gave me another bar. So when it comes to combat like this, I like more fast-paced attacks. I like smaller, faster attacks rather than bigger, stronger attacks that are slower. I like the weaker, faster attacks better. What's up, guys? What I like about these big attacks is that you can just like unleash all of the, like both of them at once, or all of them, I guess, if you have multiple ones. Right now I only have 2. But these attacks where they just like trap people in it, I can unleash both at the same time, and they're just trapped in like a whirlwind of damage.
This one.
Okay, so this quest is Bloodlines, so did I finish? Okay, yeah, I did finish the Gathering Storm. Okay. Yeah, I totally passed out. Oh, did you? The game's that boring, huh?
And still wet.
You were told to stay in your homes.
The Black Sheep.
I never do what I'm told.
You know who we are. And still, you would bear your steel.
Come at me, bro.
Why then? We owe you our thanks. You have saved us the trouble of an interrogation. To dwell in darkness, that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these, our swords we swear.
Say that again.
His mother must have taught them that. Taught them that saying. Well, I don't remember. I mean, I'm sure they must have said this before. I don't remember them saying it, but with Clive getting mad about it, I think that must have been something the shield said. It's 1 o'clock here. No, I was just joking. I know it's late for you, Autumn. I appreciate you staying in here, though. You have to go to bed, though? I mean, you know, don't stay up on my account. But if you want to, like, leave my stream up as a lurk, you know, I'm not gonna say no to that. You're still here, huh? Okay, not anymore. So the Gathering Storm was actually a pretty long quest. Usually they go by pretty quick, but that one was pretty long.
Tell me what I want and the end will be swift. Who are you looking for?
Why, you. We come bearing a message. Your friends have been found. The branded you freed from our camps. They await you in Ordeal. Guardians of the Flame.
Those are Old Hill's gates.
Then we hurry.
I think I will sack out. Okay, Autumn. Good night. Thank you so much for coming in. Hey, Rebecca, how are you doing? Hey, Mega Man, I'm good. How are you? Thank you for coming in. How was your day?
Find something, boy. Death.
Found her.
Oh my god. This is dark AF. I hope you have a good stream and good night. Thank you, Autumn. I appreciate it. Good night.
This was my mother's doing.
Yeah, she's a horrible person.
But why? Why would anyone...
I don't know. I never truly understood her. But this...
Oh, Clive.
I will learn what madness drives her, and I will end it. We should go.
Yes.
So all the entries and information about his mother...
We can't leave them here like this.
We won't. But if the Black Shields have made it this far south, they may already be in Port Isolde.
So everything about his mother says that she's obsessed with keeping her bloodline as... like somebody who's the dominant for the Phoenix is always born in her bloodline, and everything, like all the entries on her, all the information on her says she's obsessed with keeping the dominant of the Phoenix in her bloodline. So I'm wondering if she is trying to create another dominant Phoenix in her bloodline because she thinks Joshua is dead, but since he's actually alive, there can't be another one created. But she's like obsessively like trying to create one and killing everybody that can use magic so that a new one can be created. A new Phoenix dominant can be created. Doing good, just chilling. Nice. Anything new with you, Mega Man? Alright, so I think what we're gonna do is not that. We're not going to go ahead with the main quest right now. We're going to go look. We're gonna go look around Broken Hilt because there's a monster over here. I'm gonna try and fight. It was a rank B, which means it's pretty difficult. But we can at least try for it. Okay, so can I... No, I don't want that map. Can I mark? Oh, I can do markers, okay. I don't think the game has ever told me that. Okay, so we're just gonna take a look around Broken Hilt. So the only information I have on this monster is that it's in this area. But if it's like a giant monster, then it can't be that hard to find. Oh, I guess, well, actually, I guess this way would be Broken Hilt. I guess that's why it's called Broken Hilt, maybe? Because it goes off into this little area over here. That's like a broken hilt. No, I don't think I've ever been over here. I didn't even know there was a path down here. This is before I started looking at the map.
Enough of you, are there?
Get him!
Okay, so we can get rid of that. Okay, I'm guessing the monster is going to be down here. This seems like a good area to put a monster. Yep, that's it. That's definitely it. Okay, what level are you? Belphegor, rank B. You're level 30. Oh. Oh, I might be a little low level for this. Just been learning lately, watching people's vids on how to improve on making content. Oh, nice. Do you feel like you have been improving? I feel like as a content creator, it's really hard to tell when you've been improving. Ouch. Nice. Okay, so I was a little underleveled for that, but still beat it.
Oh, there aren't any more of them.
I did use all my potions, though, and 2 of my high potions. Alright, well, I mean, I do have a lot of gil, though. And is there a merchant around here? Yeah, there's a shop over here. Okay, so I don't have to go back all the way to the hideaway. I can go to this merchant over here. True, and I'll say on my other channel I have been, but mostly experimenting on what shows to talk about on there since a few of them have ended. Nice! My gaming channel I'm taking a step back from and just trying to see what I want to continue doing and what to add. That sounds like a good step. I feel like people... It's good that you're experimenting because I find people are too afraid to experiment.
Anything catch your eye?
Like, it sounds... I mean, it sounds really... It sounds like common sense.
There you go.
Like, oh, you need to experiment with your content and see what works. But people won't do it. People are like, oh, no, I can't do that because I'll lose viewers. Which is, it's not that it's not like a valid concern, but I mean, if you want to grow, you have to think differently about your content. Like, this is the reason why people won't go from Twitch to YouTube, is because they're like, well, my audience is on YouTube. All my viewers are on YouTube, or on Twitch, so I can't go to YouTube because I'll lose all my viewers. But like, if you're not happy on Twitch, like if something is not working on Twitch, then you can't just stay there. Like, if you do the same thing, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. So people like stay on Twitch, they just do the same thing over and over. They stay on Twitch, they go live like every day for like 8 hours. For like 5 years, and they don't make partner, and they're like, oh, like I'm not growing, and then it's like, okay, well then it's time to try something different, but then they won't do that. Okay, so this other monster is in Clearview Sandbreck. Okay, we're in Rosaria right now. Where's Clearview? See, I don't know if it's... Oh, I can look at the local map. Okay, Clearview. I think what we're going to do... Oh, there's Clearview. Nice! Okay, I just happened to pick the right place. I think what we're going to do is go kill this other mark, and then we'll continue this main mission next time. So, Mega Man, I hope everything goes well for you. I'm very glad that you are experimenting. Let's just put a little mark there. And we should probably save. Oh, how many ability points do I have? 421. Okay, to upgrade Deadly Embrace, I need 450. Okay, I'm almost there. Yeah, it's like I hit a plateau on the gaming channel and I'm trying to figure out what I like making and what content will help me growing. On the other channel, I do lose some subs, but I still make both types of content. I know people will watch and the new show's added as well. Nice. Thank you. Oh, no problem. I'm rooting for you. Yeah, and I totally understand, Mega Man. It's like when people hit a plateau, they still like won't change anything. Like they still won't like experiment with their content. I mean, I can't even tell you how many people have told me like, oh, I can't go to a different streaming platform. That they're like, okay, that's definitely it down there. They said it was a harpy. And then, but it makes you feel like you're doing something wrong when you experiment. Like when I went to YouTube, everybody thought I was crazy. So people will like make you feel like it's like wrong to experiment with your content. But I think you have to do what you think is right.
This isn't gonna be easy.
Like, because even I go against some YouTube advice. Like, I play different games. I play a variety of games on my channel. And the general advice on YouTube is to stick with one game. Or at least one genre. Until you build up an audience, and then you can branch out to different games. But I just feel like it's changing. I feel like things are changing to where people are not gonna, like, they'll understand that people play different games. I had your stream up the whole time. I've been cleaning the house. Oh, I appreciate that, DJ. Thank you for having my stream up. How did your cleaning go? Okay, this one is level 27, so not as hard as the last one because I'm also level 27, so this one's on my level. The last one was level 30, so 3 levels above me. I still beat it though, so I should not have any problem beating this one. Yep, I've heard that advice to stick to one game, yeah. But I mean, first of all, I just can't do that. Like, I can't play, like, one game. Like, that's just not, I wouldn't enjoy that at all. And I think first and foremost, you have to make content that you enjoy. And then, but then also, like I said, I think it's changing now. I think content is changing to where variety is going to become more common because, you know, most likely people have different interests. You know, they're not going to most people don't just play one game. Clouded eye. To see the pattern on the surface of the spherical gem shift and twist, one would think a turning storm trapped within, though it must surely be a trick of the light.
Rest well. I know I will.
Like, most people, you know, most people play different games. Most people have different interests. And I've even asked people who have come in here, like, would you stick around if I played, like, this other game? And most people have said yes. I mean, maybe they're just being nice. But if I've learned one thing being on the internet is that, like, people are not, although not afraid to be mean either. Got half done and have more tomorrow. Nice. Well, I mean, not nice that you have more tomorrow, but it's nice that you got half done. I also need to do some cleaning. Well, I need to constantly do cleaning. Having a dog that sheds is not conducive to having a clean house. But he's worth it. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the hideaway. So we're gonna check out the hunt board and see if anything else showed up, and now that I've completed those two, and also, oh, new missive have been delivered to Clive's chambers, so we got a new letter. I also want to check my renown.
Hurry, Clive. What happened in Old Hill could happen in Port Isolde.
Alright, chill out. Oh wait, can I check my renown here? I don't see my renown. Oh, I can upgrade my deadly embrace though.
So Martha's all right.
Nope, there's only 3. I mean, I see more notices on the board, but it only shows me 3.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received? And
I got
everything
95 renown now. Such is the renown of Sid the Outlaw that much of my clientele would rather spend their time prattling on about your endeavors than making any endeavors of their own. For that, I feel I owe you at least a portion of my earnings. A particularly enamored sort left this on the nightstand. May it serve you better than it did him.
You earned this.
Berserker ring.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Quick look.
Nothing. Okay, let's see what this Berserker ring is. The Berserkers of Southern Ash, known for their fearlessness on the field of battle, were known to wear these rings not only on their fingers but pierced all over their bodies from head to toe. Scholars now believe the unnatural courage they displayed was a result of extended exposure to the concentrated ether imbued in the jewelry that poisoned the blood of its non-bearer wearers and induced madness that ultimately became associated with battle frenzy. Temporarily increases attack proficiency with each precision dodge. That's a very interesting accessory. I don't think I'm gonna equip it though. Okay, I said I was gonna end it after I defeated those 2 monsters on the bounty board, but should I keep playing? I mean, it's not that late. Alright, I'm gonna continue this main quest for a little bit. I mean, I'm having fun playing this. Maybe I will just make it down to Port Isolde. Ooh, that's pretty far. Okay, maybe I'll just go down to the next area.
Buick Bridge. Though I doubt the Empire would let us cross over to Rosalith.
I did, Mummy. I could hear him shouting from down the road.
Hush now. You didn't hear nothing.
Yes, okay. Alright. Do a chair check. Nope, it's all the way up. I still have not gotten a new chair, DJ. But I think, actually, I think this one's okay for now. I don't know. I mean, I know it keeps going down, but I really like the color of my chair. I guess I should look into getting an office chair instead, because apparently they're better than gaming chairs.
How am I to sell my wares?
Passage to the provincial capital is restricted to Imperial Army personnel.
I'm hungry.
You find no succor to the south travellers, nor beyond the Buet. The Empire has seen fit to banish us from our own land.
Chocobos are so cute. Okay, so these are all refugees that they won't let inside.
Passage to the provincial capital is restricted to Imperial Army personnel.
The gates are closed. Be gone.
So that way is the capital. They won't let anybody inside. Oh my god, they're so cute. I love how they lie down.
Don't go thinking you'll find refuge in the houses outside Port Isolde. The place is a wretched hive of thieves and blackguards.
This one.
Level 24. Okay. Little below my level.
This one.
Okay, so I'm gonna play a little bit more, but I do have to let my dog out soon.
The Lazarus. What happened to this place?
My mother happened. The nobles who lived here didn't stand a chance. Let's hope my uncle fared better.
Wow, the graphics are cool. Yeah.
And see where that gets us.
Yeah, the combat is really cool looking in this game. Even better than FF15, and FF15 was really cool. But this game also, it's much more focused on magic. Magic combat than FF15. So you did have some magic in FF15, but like summons and like magical abilities like what Clive is using here, it wasn't as big.
That's the main gate. And it looks like we're not the only ones hoping to get in.
Well, there's a fast travel point.
Let us pass! My children are starving! Have mercy! Voice-ridden dogs they are! You can't ignore us forever!
Let us in, or we'll die on your doorstep!
Better out there than in here!
No, they're enough for
Fuck off! And the chinless bastards! Those crystals belong to us all! They did all
Get away with you, filth!
Back to your stall!
I'll cut you down where you stand!
Destroy it!
No chance of slipping through unnoticed. We'll need to find another way in.
Well, you wouldn't be able to get in at all through with that crowd.
I thought we might be able to reason with the guards. Or at least bribe them.
I suspect everyone in that crowd thought the same. Was that the only way in?
Officially, yes. Strictly speaking, no. My uncle once told me that the nobles had tunnels built, so that they could visit town without having to walk amongst the rabble. The Lazarus. We'll find our way into the city there.
If you're sure. The entire place looked abandoned. Do you think it's safe?
I mean, nothing's safe.
It is abandoned.
Nothing is safe for us.
The good news is we haven't seen a single black shield since Old Hill.
Maybe they found who they were looking for.
Blacklight burns. The taint of Empress Annabella's cruelty spreads without cease across the land Clive and Jill once called home. But there are those who would stand against the dark tide. Those such as the Guardians of the Flame. So are we already on the next main quest? So let me check a walkthrough. I like to skim walkthroughs just to see how far I've gotten in a game. Blacklight burns, okay. Looks like we're maybe like halfway through the game now. Okay, so I'm gonna save here. Alright, so this is gonna do it for the night. I'll probably be back tomorrow. Not 100% sure yet, but I don't see any reason why I wouldn't be able to stream tomorrow night. And this game has been really fun. Alright guys, thank you so much for being here tonight. I really appreciate it. I will probably be on tomorrow night. It's a little bit harder to do weekdays since I have a full-time job and my modeling agency does a boot camp, like a model boot camp every few months where we train the new models in we put them through like modeling classes, and I help out with the boot camp. So when boot camp is in session, it's a little harder to stream because I have to go at least once a week to help out with class. And I don't know when the next one is starting. Actually, it should be soon, I think. But I think it's gonna start up soon. But anyway, it should be tomorrow. Next stream should be tomorrow night. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be unless I'm like super tired or busy or something. But you know, I'll announce it on the community page and everything. Okay, have a great night. Thank you, DJ. You too. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Have a good night. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.